Well, it's hard to give you more notice when it just was created today. That's about as much notice as you can get, I think. So that.
So this is the Alex Jones live stream.
The other objections.
Alex Jones is set to testify briefly.
I don't know what objection there is no purpose to it is. I guess relevance.
There's a couple of objections here.
Definitely relevant. So the objection is to relevance. And I'm reading into what you said is overruled. The objection as to notice is overruled. We've also had other attorney and judge conversations about statements
Judge
made
Gamble
during this trial
is being
and how there doesn't have to be any more notice than
pretty vicious.
It's made, it's new, that's the notice. I don't know. Let's see what the testimony is, how we continue.
So Alex Jones is seated at the defense table right now.
We ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Heslin, can you come back to the chair, please? I'm being Ms. Lewis. I apologize. We're ready for the jury.
That's not bad.
Gonna bring the jury in, finish this testimony. I think it's on redirect, not sure. Try and get out of the way of seeing Alex Jones's reactions here. If I can move my camera a little bit. Okay, so the jury is straddling in here.
You may be seated. Are you ready to proceed? You may do so.
Ms. Lewis, can we continue what we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Before we do that, though, are you pleased that you at least now finally get to look this man in the eye?
Yes.
Okay. And I would like to put some context to what we have spoken about before we continue. Okay. Let's, if you would, bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, photograph of Jesse. Jesse Lewis, your son. Tell us about it.
I like to share the story of when Jesse was born. And Neil shared a little bit of this earlier, but he was 11 pounds. So he was a C-section. And the first time that I saw him, I actually walked to the nursery. And there were all these nurses gathered around the window taking pictures. And I asked them, what are you taking pictures of? And he said, there's this enormous baby And he's trying to crawl out of his bassinet. So he had literally crawled down to the bottom and he was trying to get out. And I like to share that story because that's how he was his entire life. He was larger than life. He was loud. He was bouncing off the walls. That's my first memory.
Tell us more about Jesse. How was his personality?
Okay, this is going to be
He
brutal.
was very bold. He was very old for his age. He would walk up to a group of people and he'd say, he'd introduce himself, a group of men. Hi, my name is Jesse Lewis. What's your name? He was very protective of his family. And I have a little farm. He would put on an army helmet that my friend had given him. And we called it patrolling. He would walk along the walls, all the corners, and then wait for people to come in.
If you're just tuning in, please do subscribe to the channel. So there's some leftover testimony here from one of the parents. Alex Jones is
Let me ask it this way.
potentially going to testify.
What is your understanding
afternoon.
of Jesse's last day?
This is a brutal portion of testimony.
So Jesse is actually known for, during his final few moments,
But again, they're not talking about
the shooter
damages.
came into,
This is a
he shot
damages
his way through the
trial,
glass doors of
but they're
Sandy Hook
trying to
Elementary School, and then he made a left.
Put in the record
And,
all of this sort of like
He
emotional
shot
trauma, which isn't
his principal
totally
and
relevant.
guidance counselor. They were coming out of a meeting on the first door on the right of the hallway. Now Adam Lanza had been to this school, so he knew the layout. He knew that this was the first grade hallway. And so they heard the gunfire. They came out of the room. They were murdered right outside of Jesse's classroom. And then he made a left into the classroom door and was firing adult height and hit his teacher, who he was standing right in front of. And then his gun either jammed or ran out of bullets. And during the short delay, he actually stood up to the shooter and he saved 9 of his classmates' lives
Okay,
before
so
losing
this is
his
just
own.
totally
And
irrelevant.
for that act of bravery, he
Renault's
was
not
actually
objecting.
given a commander-in-chief funeral reserved for heads of state and returning war heroes. And Jesse was actually considered a war hero because his first grade classroom was a literal war zone.
This man, through his show and his lies, has denied the very existence of your son, Jesse Lewis. How does it make you feel being able to come in today and tell him to his
100%
face
false.
your story?
I wanted to tell you to your face because I wanted you to know that I am a mother first and foremost. I know that you're a father and my son existed. You're still on your show today trying to say that I'm implying that I'm an actress.
Okay, so
that
Alex
I'm
was just
deep
shaking his
state.
head if you can
Yeah.
see that.
This week. And
He
I don't
literally just
understand.
apologized on his show a half hour ago.
Truth is so vital to our world. Truth is what we base our reality on. And we have to agree on that.
You see
to have a
Judge
civil
Gamble
society.
watching Alex Jones
Sandy
very
Hook is a
carefully.
hard truth. Hard truth. Nobody
She's
would
definitely
going to
admonish him
that 26
for shaking his head while she
kids could be
testifies.
murdered. Nobody would ever want to believe that. I understand people not wanting to believe that, actually. I don't want to believe it.
And he's shaking his head up and
But
down.
I've, since that day, dedicated my life to keeping kids safe. It's our responsibility. I used to think it was the school's responsibility. It was actually our responsibility. And I've dedicated my life to that. And having a quarter of Americans doubt that Sandy Hook happened or doubt the facts around Sandy Hook is not conducive to keeping our kids safe It's not. And it's our responsibility to keep our kids safe. This happened almost 10 years ago. We've had over 350 school shootings since then.
Okay, it's
We have to
completely
keep our
irrelevant.
kids
This is
safe.
a damages
Jesse
trial.
was real. I am a real mom. There's nothing out there. Nothing. There's records of Jesse's birth, of me. I mean, I have a history, and there's nothing that you could have found because
I'm
it doesn't
blaming this,
exist that I'm deep state. It's
on
just
Alex
not
Jones
true.
is
I know you know that.
misplaced.
That's the problem. I know you know that. And you keep saying it. You keep saying it.
You know, Alex Jones does not keep saying it.
Why? For money?
100% a lie.
Because you made a lot of money while you said it.
I mean, Alex Jones has repeatedly and routinely corrected himself and apologized.
I know you believe me. And yet you're gonna leave this courthouse and you're gonna say it again.
It's unbelievable that they can lodge these kinds of lies, particularly
no,
during her testimony.
Over the break,
But of course,
Ms. Lewis,
this rigged trial is really about the time
you have an
period in which,
opportunity to
you know, Alex Jones made
hear what
certain
Mr. Jones
videos
had said on his
questioning the
show
whole situation.
about what Mr. Heslin was, or about Mr. Heslin and his testimony.
Yes.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, for all the reasons I stated before. Edited clip.
Edited clip.
No.
Can't be authenticated. Okay. So here,
Ms.
Renaud did not
Heslin,
ask for
you
a
have
reason
a claim
for
for
overruling his objection, which he probably
Ms.
should
Lewis,
have.
you have a claim for intentional infliction of
Okay, now he's
emotional
talking
distress.
with Alex Jones
Do you not?
Yes.
about that
And
objection.
When this man says
Okay, it's an
bad
excerpted
things
clip.
and lies about your son's
Can't be
father,
authenticated.
Mr. Heslin, how does that affect you?
It affects me because that is the father of my son. That is, we're bonded forever.
It's so ironic
through Jesse's
that this
spirit.
trial is over
And
statements
that impacts me.
disputed
You have
as
the
truthful,
capacity to put yourself in my shoes. Do you have empathy?
and you have a
Because the two
parent
people that work
who
for
is
you don't seem
lying
to have empathy or care.
on the
They
stand
really don't. I was looking
and
for some
misrepresenting
caring. I did not
Alex
see
Jones's
it. Do you?
current response.
Ms. Lewis, does it continue to cause you emotional distress when you hear this man peddle the thought
Okay, so
that
this
you
goes to the
are in
IIED
some way or
claim,
another
the
an
infliction
actor
of
or
emotional
controlled
distress.
by other people or like thoughts?
Or that Sandy Hook
But they're treating
was
this as
total
like a
hoax,
tortious
that
trial.
it was a false flag, that it never happened, that there were no
But this is
children
about
killed.
damages, economic damages.
And you know that's not true. You know
So
that's
they're trying
not
to
true.
really
But when
egg
you
us
say
on
those
and
things,
get whatever like
there's a
punitive
fringe of
damages, I believe.
society that believe you,
And I'm not sure if those are
that are
capped in
actually
Texas.
dangerous.
The video that you saw over break from Mr. Jones' website radio show, InfoWars, did that cause you or affect you emotionally further?
Absolutely.
If we could, please. What exhibit will this be, Melissa? PVX 32. Please play PVX. We offer PVX 32 in the evidence, Your Honor.
Objection.
The objections are overruled. I, however, think that you need to establish a little bit more about this video, when it was aired, etc.
Sure.
The judge is directing plaintiff's
While you were
counsel
on break,
to add more
part of
foundation
your,
to authenticate the
team,
video.
Download this video.
Yes.
And are you aware that the video was created during or shortly after Mr. Heslin's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And did that video come from the InfoWars website?
Yes.
And did you personally see that the video came from the InfoWars website?
Yes.
PVX 32 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please play that, Melissa.
I thought it was an act. when I saw some of the stuff on TV, just because he came off as so. Let's just say he's a nice man, and it's not an act. He is being manipulated by some very bad people. But I'll just say it because I got to be honest. He's slow, okay? And
that was today.
His ex-wife is not. I don't think he's stupid. I'm just saying he's
literally an hour ago. I'm surprised.
I've got
So this
family
is
members
not.
that are really smart.
So we have some
in a lot of
comments.
ways,
This is
but
great.
they're just real kind of quiet
This
and have
judge is
this way
atrocious,
about
Greg.
them, and
That's right.
and they move at a different pace. Like they're fast in some ways and slow in others. And he's. I mean, I think Hexlin acts like somebody on the spectrum. And it makes me feel like he's a
Thanks
bigger
for the
jerk.
comment, Mr.
But when I
Who
saw
the
him, like,
fuck
there's
ever.
something about this guy. This doesn't look. And now that I've been around him for over a week, I'm like, okay.
Is the audio
Now
not
I
coming
know.
through
And
very
look,
well?
Folks, I don't have some calculated point just bringing that up here. It's just that I'm around these people and I'm looking at it and I'm watching what's being said and what's going on, and it really then makes it clear what happened.
I'm not on any side, actually.
How does it make you feel knowing that that
this
was
is a
said
trial where Alex
today
Jones
by
is being
this man on
railroaded.
his radio show?
But they're talking about this
while
clip
Jesse's father
that happened about
was
an hour ago.
testifying in that same seat you're sitting in.
Thanks, Mr. Who the fuck ever. So this clip actually was played about an hour
I've had a
ago.
hard
Alex Jones
time
went on
finding
InfoWars and
words
said
today.
that.
It makes me
We'll hear her
feel
response.
astounded in a bad way. It's horrific, horrific, horrific.
Tell us if you would, please.
But how? Okay, so this clip
With your last
completely
memories,
irrelevant
Jesse.
to this damages trial. It doesn't even come within the time span that the
So I'm a single mom. and I
alleged
work
defamatory
full
statements
time.
were made.
And
These statements were made literally today,
so
and
mornings
yet
are hectic.
they're using
Two
them
boys
at
getting them
trial. I
out
mean,
the
that just
door.
shows you how rigged and ridiculous this whole
Neil was
episode
picking up
is.
Jesse that morning, and so I bundled him up, brought him outside.
Mr. Who
walked
the
him
fuck ever. So
outside
you think
to
Alex
meet
Jones is a
Neil.
charlatan? Okay, got it.
And
What do you
we were
what do you
gonna
mean by
make
that?
gingerbread houses with him, with their class at 2 p.m. that day. So that was, I worked a lot. And so I had taken the afternoon off that day. And so Neil and I were finalizing I'll meet you at the school for the gingerbread houses. And I turned around to give Jesse a hug. And I noticed that he had written in the frost on the side of my car, he's in Connecticut, December 14th is very cold. I love you. In his,
Well,
with his
it
fingernail
comes down to this
in the
attorney,
frost. And he
Robert
drawn hearts
Barnes,
on all my windows.
hired
And,
by Alex Jones.
And I knew that was one of life's
And
special
Barnes
moments.
recommended not providing certain
And so I told him, even though
productions
he's
during
running late,
discovery.
he's late.
And as a
Stay
result,
right
they
here.
defaulted
I'm gonna
Alex
go get
Jones,
my
and now
cell
he's in
phone.
this
I ran into the
situation.
house, got my
He's
cell
got a real
phone,
case for malpractice against
came back out.
Barnes.
I remember taking him by the shoulders, positioning him so he'd be right by his message, taking a picture. I remember it was overexposed, so I deleted it. And then I took another picture, and then I took a close-up picture of the I love you. And then I gave him a hug
Well,
and sent him off to school. That was the last picture that was ever taken of him, and that was the last time I ever saw him.
Is Jesse honored for his heroism that day?
I mean,
He was.
you're correct. He didn't have a chance to raise defenses at
He was
trial.
honored for his heroism at his funeral.
It should never have got to trial. He never even identified
He was given a commander-in-chief funeral, and
Neil Hesland or these other parents.
my last memory really is
And
driving
according
him
to Texas
to
law on defamation,
the
in order to defame someone, you have to
grave
actually
site from
identify them and
where we
the
held the
alleged
funeral at a
defamatory
church
statements, which he never
to
did.
the actual grave site, graveyard. I was in a car behind the hearse that contained the casket. And
Robert
I was
Barnes.
in the
Yeah, I
car
mean,
with my son
that's Alex Jones for you,
and
though.
a couple other family members, and
He
were-
prefers
had
loyalty potentially over just
I guess
innate
it's called
skill.
a cavalcade, or it multiple motorcycles in full uniform were in front of us and behind us. Lots of first responders showed up from multiple different states to honor his bravery. So they would, when we approached an intersection,
I mean,
the back
this
would
is all
come up to the
nonsense,
front
right?
and they would block
Honored his
off the
bravery for what?
intersection.
Showing up to the
And
school?
cars, this line of cars pulled over
Anyone
to the
else in
side.
that situation
People
would
had
have
gotten
run
out
into
of
the
the
school
cars. They were kneeling on
um,
the ground,
at this character to
praying,
try and stop the situation.
saluting for his bravery.
This is a real,
and,
I mean, this happens all over the country, though. This is,
That was,
you know,
that's
Alex
a
Jones is
special
trying to make
memory.
this as sort of like the bastion
How does this
of
man's
the
lies
current
interrupt
condition of free
those
speech in
memories?
this country, but
Because
it's
then-
not.
Then
This happens
Alex
all the
gets on there
time
and
where
says that it
they will
didn't happen,
stomp on
that it was
your
a false flag,
civil liberties
that there
to
were no kids killed.
essentially silence and destroy you,
It
like they're doing to
caters
Alex Jones
to
here.
those people
And, you know,
that,
they're doing it in
that
such a
are not
brutal way
grounded
with
in
this horrible,
reality.
horrible tragedy.
You're not telling the truth. You know
You
the
know, and
truth
trying to
as a
pin
father.
and
And
almost make it, you know,
and as
pin
someone
this whole
that said they
situation on him
researched
and make it like
anything,
a hashtag on
there
him,
was lots of things
applying the
on there.
hashtag to him,
And so to come
which
on and
is
say
just
that Jesse never existed,
beyond egregious.
that it was a hoax, that it was a
Yeah,
hoax.
exactly.
I know there are hoaxes
Exactly,
that are
Mr.
out
Who
there,
the fuck ever.
but this was an incredibly real event. And
Well, it'll
I
be
lived
interesting.
it.
So the judge has threatened Alex Jones with
And it's-
contempt if he mentions the First Amendment,
it's unbelievable
if he gets out of line on the
that
stand,
you would continue to say that
or,
it didn't happen.
you know, even in the courtroom. And you can see Judge Gamble is
How does it
watching Alex
affect
Jones
your
incredibly
grieving
closely
process?
right here.
What a mother has to go through when she loses a
She
son.
is just ready to find him in direct contempt and then, you know, issue a 30-day
having a 6-year-old son shot in
county
the
jail.
forehead in his first grade classroom
She's ready to
is
pounce.
unbearable. Unbearable. You don't think you're going to survive. But there are people that have. And then to have someone on top of that perpetuate a lie, that it was a hoax, that it didn't happen, that it was a false flag, that I'm an actress. Then you get on and you say, oh, sorry, but I know actresses when I see them. You think I'm an actress?
No, I don't think you're an
No,
actress.
you can't talk right now.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I did. I asked him a question.
You get to testify right now. You're
Wow.
under oath. Nobody else in the room is.
Anyway,
Fireworks.
and I think I don't think you understand the fear that you perpetuate.
Well, I mean, that's a valid statement,
to
Mr. Who the
not
fuck
just
ever.
the victims' families.
You have a right
all
to
of
that
us,
opinion,
and others.
and you should
But
expand
our
upon it.
family, our friends, every survivor from that school. The ripple effect is enormous because of the platform that you have. And the fear that comes from that
Yeah, but Mr. Who the fuck
fear
ever, let me ask you this question.
stops the healing.
What about the mainstream media? I mean, they
And the
advertise
mourning
corporations
process,
that lie to you all
because
the time.
you're
The mainstream media itself lies
I
to you
don't
all the
think the
time.
two
They're
can
doing the
happen
same
at
thing,
once.
except
I don't
at
think that
greater
you can.
scale.
I don't think that you can heal from the loss of your
Alex
child
Jones has a
and
history
be
of
afraid at the same
questioning
time. The
these
fear stops
situations. Now,
everything.
should he have questioned this situation to the degree in which he did? Obviously not. It was a big mistake.
How do you recover from someone saying your child wasn't murdered?
But at the same time, he has a right to question these situations. And if he would have only focused, I think, at first, initially, more on just the whole
I don't think you do recover unless it stops, unless it's retracted,
I wish
unless
that he would have
there's
not focused on the
accountability
parents
and
themselves and just focused
responsibility.
on the condition of the government. Like the
And
police
that
should have been
hasn't
in there
happened.
and stopped the situation
What
quicker.
you've seen
And
today,
you can see in Uvalde
video
what
today,
Alex Jones has done in this
what does
situation has
that do to
actually
your hope for this man's
remediated
accountability and responsibility
some of
for
the
it?
I
local
don't
community
understand. I
concern
don't
over what happened in
understand.
Uvalde, because parents
I
literally
can't,
wanted to
I
run into
cannot even
that
make sense. That's one of the
situation and stop it.
ones. I can't make sense out of nonsense, out of why you would say it doesn't it didn't happen. It's not happening. I'm an actress. I'm part of the deep state. It's a hoax. It was a false flag. It never happened. There were never any children. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm stuck.
One of the things that you've done, Ms. Heslin, is done. Did I say Heslin? Excuse me. I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis. I have Mr. Heslin on my because of the video. One of the things that you have done, Ms. Lewis, to aid in your recovery is the Choose Love movement.
Yes.
See on your necklace there, you got
I have nurturing, healing love.
right.
Yes.
And that is part of the Choose Love movement.
It's actually why I started the Choose Love movement.
If you could tell us what the Choose Love movement is.
Yeah, I when I did come home to my house, I saw a message that Jesse had left on our kitchen chalkboard shortly before he died. He had written 3 words. Alex, I want you to hear this too. He'd written 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. This is what Jesse wrote on our kitchen chalkboard. 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. Phonetically spelled because he was in 1st grade and just learning to write. But I looked at those words and I found a solution for what had happened. I knew that if Adam Lanza had been able, Adam Lanza is the former recent student, recent graduate of Sandy Hook Elementary, the Newtown school system, if he had been able to give and receive nurturing, healing love, the tragedy would never have happened. And so I dedicated my life to spreading that message. I have it on my body at all times. I believe it was a spiritual awareness that he had, that he wasn't going to be on earth very much longer, and he wanted to leave a message for his family and friends of comfort, but also inspiration. I believe that that message is where we need to turn in order to survive and thrive, keep our kids safe. It helped me determine how I was going to respond, knowing that we are responsible for our children's safety, that what we had been doing wasn't working. Obviously, my son was dead. And so I decided to take a completely different course. I decided to address the root cause of the pain that led up to Adam Lanza doing what he did. The root cause of the isolation, loneliness, pain, suffering, bullying, even the root cause of substance abuse and a lot of mental illness. And so I started the Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement. And I started that movement we say it started at Jesse's funeral because I got up and I talked about how an angry thought started that whole tragedy, and that an angry thought can be changed. And I asked everybody to choose a loving thought over an angry thought, and that changed people's lives. And so I took that foundation and Jesse's message and his courage that he showed, and I created a movement. I wanted it to be a place where, because there's so much polarization, after Sandy Hook, it was polarized into anti-gun, pro-gun. That was the conversation. All the blame went on Adam and his mom, and that didn't make sense to me, because if it was all their fault, it would never have happened before, obviously, and it would never happen again. So I wanted to create a space where everyone could come together, and what we all had in common, even you and I, the want and need to love and be loved. We're all the same in that. And so I created the Choose Love movement because I wanted to bring both of the sides together. Of course, we're more polarized now than we ever have been as a country. You know that. Some of that is because of you. And I am trying to bring us all together in what we're the same in, which is the want and need to love and be loved. All of us are the same in that. All of us feel pain. You've felt pain in your life. I know I have too. And we have to teach our kids how to process that pain so that they don't turn into an Adam Lanza and they don't take it out on other people. And that's what the Choose Love movement does. It's free programming for schools, homes, and communities. It's comprehensive. There's nothing else like it out there. And that's what I've done every day since I started this, which is very shortly after the funeral, is I focus on the Choose Love movement, and I focus on being part of the solution.
Have you made it your life goal?
Yeah, it's absolutely my life goal to make sure that our children are safe and to safeguard their safety and well-being. It's our responsibility. I didn't know that before the tragedy. I didn't know. I mean, I'm a single mom. Both my son's safety was my responsibility. And I knew that, but I wasn't aware that our children's safety, our children's, including your 6-year-old son or daughter, is our responsibility. And we have to do something to safeguard them, especially in schools. Keep our money safe, we can keep our kids safe. And that is my life's goal.
I know that your organization has created some informational material. Would it aid you in your explanation of the jury, further goals and the way that this works if we showed it to them?
It would.
Okay. We could.
I object, Your Honor, under Rule 4.3.
That'll be overruled.
If we could, please, Melissa, go ahead and play that video.
Those moves. Awesome, Jess.
I'd like you to watch it,
August
Alex.
24th, 2012. And Jess has brand new soccer shoes.
So prior to 12/14/2012, I was a single mom with 2 boys. It was kind of an unremarkable life. It was such a great life. You know, I just wanted to be a mom, and I just wanted to be with my kids.
Look to me.
One day, you're a mom with 2 boys, one boy riding in a car seat in the back seat. So one morning I'm holding hands with my 6-year-old in his car seat, and the next thing that I know, there is no 6-year-old. He's been murdered. So I had come home for the first time, and I was getting Jesse's clothes for the funeral, and I walked through the kitchen on my way out, and I noticed these 3 words that Jesse had written on the kitchen chalkboard shortly before he died. He wrote, "Nurturing, healing, love." These words were a message of comfort for his family and friends, and inspiration for the world is where we needed to turn. And I knew I'd be spending the rest of my life spreading this message. I didn't have to create a solution. There was one available, and it's called social emotional learning. And social emotional learning proactively prevents violence. I believe that Jesse is a part of this organization. I actually believe that he's leading it. And all I have to do is just be present. I live with a tremendous dichotomy in my life every single day. It's never out of my mind why I am leading a worldwide movement to choose love. It's because my 6-year-old son was shot in his first grade classroom, alongside 19 of his classmates in one of the worst mass murders in U.S. history. I feel like I meet Jesse a lot in schools. I'll look into a child's eyes and I'll see Jesse looking back at me. And how blessed am I? And how grateful I am that my purpose is spreading a message of choosing love, and given to me by my 6-year-old son.
Be a part of the solution. This has been going since 2013.
Yes.
Has it been a way for you to try to continue to heal?
It has, yes.
How has what this man has said about you and your family and Jesse affected Choose Love and the way that you are attempting to heal?
I've literally dedicated my life to trying to keep kids safe and to spread a message that we can thoughtfully respond in any situation, circumstance, or interaction by choosing love. And you are spreading lies and fear and falsehoods and deception and untruths. There is a truth, and I believe that you know it. And this is so important. I feel like we're at odds with our missions. I am trying to spread love. I'm trying to keep kids safe because I couldn't do it for my own. And you're saying that it didn't happen, and you're taking away the credibility of what I'm trying to do. A quarter of Americans believe that Sandy Hook didn't happen, or they doubt the facts surrounding it, and you continue to peddle that conspiracy theory, and that is not conducive to keeping our kids safe. It's not conducive to keeping our kids safe. That's
way that you have used to choose love to help yourself heal. Has what Alex's lies, the lies that he has given you, has that interrupted that healing?
It has, because you can't heal when you're afraid.
There have been a couple questions that have been asked in this room about apology versus money or compensation for damages. You've heard those questions?
Yes.
Talk to me about apology and compare that to paying for the damage that has been caused. The way you feel about those two.
Well, first of all, there has not been a sincere apology. But if there was ever, I liken it to being in a car accident and you run over someone and cause tremendous bodily damage. And you look at that person lying on the ground and say, I'm so sorry, but I'm not accountable or responsible for any of the damage that I just caused. But I'm sorry. That's how I see it.
Would you, at this moment in time, when you're sitting on that stand, now be at the stage where you would be able to accept an apology? Would it mean anything to you?
No.
As to the other side of this, the damages that you're asking this man to pay for, why are you asking for those damages? What do you hope will be accomplished?
4111, you know.
Overruled.
Can I have a continuing objection to this part of the testimony?
Sure.
Alex has been asked to stop and he hasn't. He's still doing it today. You've been doing it last week, every day, this week, or at least, I don't know, shows you've had while you should be in here. You've been on your show and you've been talking about this. Your counterpart has been talking with you about this. And so you're not going to stop. I don't even think my pleading with you up here is going to get you to stop. And so, and all of the damage that you caused, the fear that you put people in, the from your following, the way that you've impacted so many lives, I think that there has to be accountability for that. I don't think you understand. I think you know that Sandy Hook is real and that it happened. I know you're shaking your head no, but I know that you think that it's real. I know that you know that it's real, but I don't think that you understand at all, because the people that work for you don't understand the repercussions of going on air with a huge audience and lying and calling this a hoax and a false lie. You don't understand the repercussions to individuals' lives. You don't understand the net that is cast in a negative way. You don't understand that. You don't understand. And I don't think you will understand unless there's some form of punishment that is significant, that would make you understand that this is real. This isn't staged. Like one of your people said, this is a real event. It seems so incredible to me that we have to do this, that we have to implore you, not just implore you, punish you to get you to stop lying, saying it's a hoax. It happened. It's like surreal what's going on in here. I think everyone in here probably feels that way.
Is that what you hope to accomplish
Yes.
through this process?
Yes. Yes, I hope to accomplish an era of truth. An era of truth. Please.
How difficult has it been for you waiting for this day, literally for this very moment where you're sitting in that chair right now, this reality? How difficult has it been for you waiting for that?
In some way, you've impacted every single day of my life negatively almost since Jesse's murder. Since 2013, when your videos were going around in my mom's house about starting to say that this didn't happen. And I'm so glad that this day is here. I'm actually relieved because I'm grateful to everybody that's here in service to our society. And I'm grateful that I got to say all this to you and that I got to speak my truth. And I'm really looking forward to this being over so that I can get back to healing and spreading my message, spreading Jesse's message of love.
Ms. Lewis, thank you enough for sitting and being so brave on the chair. Any questions?
And I want to thank you for representing us.
Mr. Reynolds, do you have any questions for Ms. Lewis?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
I read your book, Nurturing Healing Love, and I thought it was a beautiful
Thank you.
and something that any parent who's lost a child should read.
Thank you.
I hope that you will use your power of choice to see the good in the questions that I'm going to ask you. In your book, you describe how after Jesse's murder by Alan Lanza, you went on the journey of healing.
Yes.
And even before, you said that you had read a book called You Can Heal Yourself by Louise Hayes,
Yes.
and that you educated both JT and Jesse in their power to choose how they would react and view life.
Yes.
And that sometimes you'd say, you know, you have the power to, and then Jesse would say, yeah, Mom, I know, choose, choose, choose.
Yes.
In the aftermath of the shooting, there were more than 500,000 letters of condolences that were sent to you.
Yes. And mostly by little kids.
And drawings.
And drawings.
Shortly after the shooting, you participated in an EMDR session.
Yes.
And during that session, you described a tunnel of light.
Should we explain what that is?
Well, EMDR is something that Dr. Crouch testified about.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it is a process whereby there is bilateral stimulation and visualization of bad memories.
Yes.
And you described seeing a tunnel of light.
I don't remember that. Can you read in my book where it says that?
Well, maybe this will remind you,
Okay.
and if not, we can go to the book.
Sure.
But you described seeing the children who've been murdered ascending into heaven,
Yes.
and a dark figure.
Yes.
And that dark figure was Adam Lanza.
Yes.
And the therapist that was helping you asked you what you wanted to do with it.
Yes,
And you sent him up to heaven.
yes,
Later, you spoke to the bipartisan task force on gun violence prevention and children's safety.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure I did.
It was the sort of the first time you'd been able to introduce Jesse's message of choosing love to the world.
Are
and
you
got a-
referring to the part in my book?
Yes.
Okay.
And you got a standing ovation.
Yes,
You met President Obama.
yes.
He came to the funeral.
No,
Or
No.
you met him in Newtown right after.
yes, 3 days after.
And
He
you
was speaking in town.
went to see him in Washington.
Yes,
And then he gave a speech at Hartford University, you recall?
yes,
And you met with him after the speech,
yeah, in the hallway.
and you told him about your message. and
Yes,
choosing love.
yes,
And he was very taken with the idea,
yes,
and he gave you a hug.
yes,
And he said that he would introduce you to his sister, who lived
Yes.
in Hawaii.
yes,
And you went and visited with her.
yes,
And she gave you tickets to go and meet the Dalai Lama.
yes,
And you went to see the Dalai Lama with several friends,
yes.
and were able to meet with him personally afterwards.
Well, he walked by me and we had an interaction. Yes,
And he hugged you,
he did.
and that must have been very special.
It was.
Since then, you've often spoken about Jesse's story.
Yes,
And you said that although Jesse's death could have destroyed me, hope, love, forgiveness, and faith have saved.
yes,
You wrote, on that day, the world became one. On that day, the world chose love. I said, but we have to keep that going through awareness and education, nurturing, healing, love. Getting that message to the world is the reason Jesse was put on earth.
yes,
He died for it.
yes,
Your book was published in late 2013, early 2014,
October 2013.
about 10 months after.
Yeah, it was about the first 6 months of my healing process.
Would you agree with me that in the book, you don't discuss Alex Jones or any kind of hoaxers?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You don't agree, or you don't?
No, I'm
discuss?
sorry.
Yeah.
I did not.
Before the controversy that arose from the Megyn Kelly interview, had you taken time to watch Alex's show?
No, I did not.
Who brought to your attention what had happened on the Megyn Kelly show and the subsequent Owen Schroyer?
Neil did.
Have you chosen to watch the entirety of the videos that have been presented in evidence here?
I have not.
You would agree that it's our jury's job to decide the case based on the facts and evidence?
Yes,
You have spoken your truth today, and your, I think, very honest belief that Alex, from the very beginning, victimized your family and yourself.
yes,
Wouldn't watching the broadcast be the best way to know whether that was the case or not?
I had seen enough.
Objection, Your Honor. This goes back to the thought that it's already ruled that he has done that. So to ask that question as soon as it hasn't.
Hang on. So, not, I guess your all right, I am going to strike the question and the answer because they go to an issue that's already been decided. So you can try and rephrase it in some other way to get to whatever you're trying to get to, but not that way.
We, I believe you testified about a picture of the Super Bowl
I did.
with the names of the victims of Sandy Hook written on top of the photograph of the children who sang.
Yes.
Is your basis for testifying that InfoWars pushed that picture that somebody told you that?
I know that InfoWars has given a platform to the conspiracy theorists that say that Sandy Hook never happened.
I would agree with that, but my question is your basis for saying that InfoWars either displayed that photograph or pushed that photograph somewhere based on something somebody told you?
No.
Did you yourself see that picture being pushed on any kind of InfoWars broadcast?
No.
The video we saw played earlier,
Which one?
the video of Alex that was represented as having been taken today.
Yes.
Was just that clip given to you, or did you watch the entire clip?
I watched that.
Did anybody tell you what was said before or after that clip?
No.
Who provided you with the clip?
My team pulled it up. My son pulled it up and showed it to me.
Was he the one who created the clip, or did somebody else create it?
I don't know. No, my son was not. No, I don't know who created the clip.
Do you know who gave the clip to your son?
He found it on the internet.
Oh, understood. Let me ask you about Plaintiff's Exhibit 131. I think it's in front of you.
Yes.
And that is the email from Wolfgang Halbig.
Yes.
That email is dated September 9th, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that as of that date, it had been several years since Wolfgang Halbig had been on the InfoWars show or Alex's show?
No, I was on the list.
And Plaintiff's Exhibit 128 was an attachment to that.
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you know of any way that InfoWars could have known in 2014 or 2015 when Halbig was on the show that he would go this crazy?
Objection, Your Honor, question.
Same.
Lucy Richards.
I was going to say, I don't think they checked his credentials.
May I respond to that? I mean, suspended.
I mean, you know what lawyers can do. You can ask for another question. You can make an argument to me about something. I'm not telling you how to do this.
Were you present for the testimony of Adan Salazar by deposition?
Was I present, like in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
And so you saw that he testified that maybe he could have done a better job, but that he did look into Wolfgang Hellwig's credentials at the time.
I saw that he did just a surface scratch of looking into his credentials.
Lucy Richards, she's the woman who left the terrifying message that we heard.
Yes,
She thankfully has never left a message like that for you.
correct.
Lucy Richards has never worked for InfoWars, has she?
She is a devout follower of InfoWars. I don't know that she's ever worked for InfoWars. I don't know.
In fact, she's just a crazy lady, isn't she?
Seems so.
And there are crazy people in the world.
That's correct.
And sometimes they see things on television or they hear things on the radio and they do crazy. You testified about Dan Vadandi.
So that's
I believe you were asking questions about Dan Vadandi coming to film a town hall meeting at Newtown. Recall that?
questions I was asked.
Yes.
I don't remember. So I'm sorry. Can you read?
Do you, as I sit here today, do you know the name Dan Vadandi?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any personal contact with him?
No. I know what you're talking about. The mayor that would send out the emails telling us to stay home when they were in town.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And so you said, I believe, or perhaps Mr. Ball said, Dan Vadandi and others.
Yes.
The term and others.
Yes.
There were no other InfoWars people in Newtown, were there?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know.
You can allow it.
You testified that a man pulled into your driveway on Christmas Day.
Yes.
What year was that?
I don't remember.
And the man took some photographs. You went outside. You said, "Can I help you?"
Yes.
And he drove off.
Yes.
He scared you, but you really don't know why he was there.
He was there to photograph my property. He took a picture of me standing on my porch.
Are you still in therapy today?
Yes.
How often do you attend therapy?
I travel a lot. And I've had many therapists and done many different kinds of therapies in the last 10 years. So I am currently in therapy. The different kinds that I have several times a month.
I'd say different types of therapy.
I have different
on
types
different
of therapy. Yes.
Can you estimate for us how much you've spent on therapy since the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School?
Objection, closed. So shown.
Overruled. If you know, if you don't know, you can always say that you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Less than $500,000?
Yes.
Less than $200,000?
Less than $50,000. I don't know.
The therapists that you are seeing now, how much do they charge?
I'm not $150 an hour.
And so about how much per month would you say that you spend on therapy? You're a published author,
I am.
and I think you've written 3 books.
I have.
a children's book, and
before the tragedy.
then since then you've written two.
Nurturing Healing Love and Choose Love. It's about the movement and about the program and the history of that and how it can positively impact people. That's the third book. Yes,
You work at your foundation,
I do.
and I think you have 5 or 6 employees.
Yes,
You've made many media appearances.
yes,
Starting in 2013 and ongoing to the present day.
correct.
You've appeared on CNN, yes,
Yes,
various talk shows.
yes,
You're also a motivational speaker.
I speak for the Choose Love movement. I speak to schools and parent groups.
You speak to private organizations as well.
I have on a limited basis.
If one navigates to the Choose Love movement website, one can find a place where one can make an inquiry for a private event,
Yes,
and it says you'll speak for 2 hours.
I'll speak for as long as you will let me speak.
And can you tell the members of the jury how much is the suggested honorarium for your speaking?
It may be $5,000.
Would 10 be more accurate?
It could be 10, 5 to 10.
During this period that we've been discussing, from 2013, at least,
Can I clear something up? 100% of the proceeds of all 3 of my books, as well as 100% of the proceeds of everything that I do, including my speaking, go directly to the Choose Love movement. If an organization pays me, they do not write a check to me. They write a check to the movement. I just want to clear that up.
the movement does, your 501c3 nonprofit does employ you as well.
I am employed. I am a human being. I have expenses. I have to live. Yes.
To my previous question, from 2013, from the day of the shooting until, let's say, this litigation began, no one at InfoWars, and certainly not Alex Jones, ever said your name.
I don't know that.
Have you asked?
Have I asked InfoWars?
Have you asked anyone whether your name was ever mentioned?
I guess I feel like it has been in association.
And that's because you feel that by speaking about parents in general, that is a reference to you.
It includes me. Yeah, I feel like it does.
InfoWars has never published your book.
Thank you.
InfoWars has never published your ads.
Are these questions, Mr. Reno?
Have they?
I don't know. Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
And InfoWars has never directed anyone to harass you. Isn't that true?
I don't know. They sent people to Sandy Hook. Then they've definitely harassed people there.
Well, in fairness, they sent.
That's my community. And they don't know that I was not going to be around.
Well, the person, Dan Padandi, went to a meeting that was set up to hear FOIA requests for information regarding the Sandy Hook shoot. True?
I don't know, but I did see him harass people on the way out. And I know the people that he harassed.
Understood. That
Yes.
was an open government meeting. True?
I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know what FOIA stands for.
Freedom of Information.
Okay.
That was a meeting to address Freedom of Information Act requests made by Mr. Halbert. True?
I don't know. I don't know what the meeting's about.
Certainly a meeting like that, it's fair to have press.
Yes.
That's what.
Paul?
Kevin LaPratt, Will Turbot. Those are names of people who were with Mr. Badani. You aware of that?
Yes, I saw other people there. I wasn't aware of their names.
Right, so to say that Mr. Badandi was the only person that went to Newtown would not only be misleading, but it would be a lie, right?
Yes.
It wouldn't make a lot of sense to put that man in your book, would it?
No.
So I assume that's why you did.
That book is about healing.
Hopefully you can begin that after the day. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds?
It's fair to say, Ms. Lewis, that other than Mr. Badani, you don't know who all went to that.
That's correct.
Would it be relevant to you, as you sit here today after having answered those questions from your lawyer, to know whether or not Mr. Jones apologized during that same broadcast?
Judging not relevant. And but also scope of
Scope is sustained. Sustained. All right. Now it is the jury's time. It's 2:47. We'll probably end up making this our mid-afternoon break as well, but let's try to get the questions, if there are any, to me relatively quickly so that I can look at them. Remember all of my previous instructions. This is independent opportunity, no conversation, no research, all the same rules. You're excused.
All rise.
Anyone else as cold as I am? Or are you guys comfortable? Some of the fans can be turned down or off. Let's turn these two in the front off. Oh, shut the door. Don't tell them, they don't shut it. You can sit down, Ms. Lewis, you can go back down to the council table. When we come back in, you'll need to be in the hall, and I know you are. You can go down here. Did you both get copies of version 2 of the charge? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I don't think we're gonna need it until the end of the day, but I wanted to make sure you had it and had an opportunity to take a look at it. I'll be back in a little bit.
Agent X, you're live.
What a sham. What a sham. Paid actor. This woman is despicable on every level. She's profiting off her son's death. She just went before the courtroom and used the publicity of this trial as an advertisement. Played the video that had nothing to do with damages. Played the promotional video of her foundation that she gets $5,000 to $10,000 for a speaking engagement, that she writes books for, that she makes television appearances for, and when you go to their YouTube channel that she's clearly trying to promote, has 10 views on each video, 5 views, 4 views, and she's on there saying the wackiest things you can imagine. This woman is a scam artist. And this judge is one of the worst pieces of garbage I've ever seen just in this short hour block of testimony. She allowed the witness to address Jones personally instead of calling him Mr. Jones, to get on the stand and look at him and start basically insulting him to his face. And then she screams at Alex Jones for responding. Why didn't she admonish the witness and say, hey, please direct your answers to the attorney?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's often,
And then the one quantifiable damage that she could have right? The one thing that you could actually put a number to, therapy. How much did she spend on therapy, right? The one thing you think that she would go in there, okay, I had to go to therapy to deal with, there's the trauma of losing a child that she'd obviously have to go to therapy for, but she could say, part of that was I had to go to therapy to deal with Mr. Jones's lies and to learn how to cope with them. The one thing you could quantify out of pocket that has an actual monetary value, I don't know. And even worse, the judge, right? When she started to waffle on that, the judge looked at her and instructed her how to answer. Said, "Oh, well, if you don't know, just say I don't know." This
I think you went on mute, Agent X.
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
But she's a piece of garbage. And then I love the fact that she analogized it to a car wreck, right? She's like, "Oh, an apology wouldn't be enough because it would be like a car wreck where you hit somebody and you run them over, and then you just turn to them and say, 'I'm sorry,' and you're not responsible for the damage." Well, in a fucking car wreck, right? You have property damage, you have damage to your body, you have actual things that are compensable. In this garbage trial, I was emotionally distressed, but I can't put a figure on it, and I can't tell you how much I spent on therapy, and I can't tell. Oh, but here's my video promoting my foundation. Oh, and yeah, yes, I'm an author, and I write books, and I get paid for television appearances, and I get paid, $5,000 to $10,000 for speaking engagements. Fuck this woman. Fuck her. Fuck her. That's exactly right. This is staged theater.
100% agree
The
with you.
fact that she was allowed to address Jones in the courtroom, the fact that, and then the judge admonished Alex Jones for it instead of telling the witness, please, at least saying, hey, please direct your answers to the attorney. And I tell you what, man, Renaud did a good job. He did a good job on that cross, and that judge was so cunty. I'm not going to tell you what a lawyer can do. I mean, what is wrong with this? This is wild. But no, this witness was terrible. I hope the jury saw right through it. I hope they asked good questions, cut right to the chase, because this was a publicity stunt for the woman. Fuck this woman. Fuck her.
Yeah, 100%.
I didn't see any ounce of something that I could show compassion to as a mother who's lost a child. I saw a fucking grifter.
100% agree with you. 100%. Well, okay, so like the cost of therapy. That's...
Richard Siegler, right? Yeah, nobody should have to go to therapy for someone else's lies. That's right. But we don't even know if she went to therapy. She can't even tell us how much she spent on the therapy. She can't tell us when she went or how often. It's a joke. This is a damages trial. We need to be able to assess the damages. We don't. The judge instructing her to say, I don't know. I mean, this is a fucking damages trial. Holy shit. Yeah, fuck you, Richard Siegler. God.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, exactly. Even if you hate Alex Jones and don't agree with whatever he's talking about, you have to see this justice system for what it is. And if you can't gather just basic mathematical facts through testimony, how much he paid for therapy, how much she's generating in profit from this publicity stuff. She did say obviously that she was making between $5,000 and $10,000 per speech. However, I believe that the forensic psychologist or whoever was testifying previously, one of the experts, said that she had paid about $140 per session for therapy, and she was meeting a therapist either twice a month or once a week. And so you'd gather in 10 years there would be a certain amount of money, but she can't even quantify those basic facts that go to damages. And, you know, in terms of like
If you're
Renal's,
suing somebody and your damages is emotional distress, the one thing you have to show that is therapy bills. That's it. I mean, how else are you going to show emotional damage? You say, oh, well, I couldn't go to work. You know, I was depressed. I didn't engage in activities. But the way you show that is through therapy, going to see a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and you have your bills and your records there. That is how you quantify it, in a sense, right? And it shows the magnitude and the extent of you know how traumatized you were when you have bills there and it says, oh, I spent, you know, $500,000 on therapy and I went for 10 years. I mean, that shows how impacted you were, how distressed you were. And this woman couldn't even fucking answer that. This is a joke.
yeah, and you had that documentary filmmaker who, by the way, is sitting right here in the live stream, the bald-headed guy, pointing the camera directly at Alex Jones during this entire testimony. And Richard, thank you for that comment, by the way. You know, the reason that we only have 8 viewers is because YouTube has shadow banned this particular stream, and that's fine. That's completely different. That's not the true reason why we only have 8 to 10 viewers right now. And the other thing is that this infliction of emotional distress claim is tied to clinical and therapy bills. I mean, if she had to go to urgent care or if she had to go into the hospital for some sort of like, you know, anxiety attack or whatever emotional distress that she encountered as a result of whatever. And again, this has to be tied to Alex Jones's statements, not the underlying event caused this tragedy that was caused by another person. So, I mean, and again, the intentional infliction of emotional distress claim here, this isn't a tortious trial. This is a damages trial. And in order to sustain damages for an IIED claim, it has to be very serious. Usually these people are hospitalized. And it's not just casual therapy going to see a psychologist. And obviously she sustains a major tragedy, and going to therapy is appropriate considering what she experienced. However, an IIED claim is rare. And that's generally used as an exception in these rare cases where someone is hospitalized. If you look at the case law, state and federal case law, that's what you'll see. But the other thing here is that there were several objections, and I don't know if you caught this, Agent X, but Alex Jones almost had a tantrum at the very beginning, and you could see Judge Gamble watching him very, very closely.
I didn't see it, but she is she's perched. She was you could tell she sat back the entire time. You can read her body language. She sat back the entire time the plaintiff's attorneys were questioning. And Renal didn't do a very good job objecting. I like the fact that she said that a quarter of the population believes Sandy Hook was a hoax, because it was, but there was no foundation to it, right?
Well, okay, so the whole resulting impact on society is a hoax. The actual event was not a hoax, just to get that straight. I mean, that's what we're being sarcastic here in the sense that, you know, the federal government does have a stake in promoting what results from these situations, and that's exactly what you just saw through the publicity that she was promoting during her testimony. Did you also see that piece where they played Alex Jones's InfoWars clip from today, where he said that Neil Heslin was slow?
Yeah, I mean,
that wasn't even in evidence. I mean, there was no foundation. It wasn't authenticated. And then they published it to the jury without it even being in evidence. I mean, this is just beyond. And then, you know, the judge, if it's a situation where Renal wants to enter evidence, she's all official about, oh, we can't show this to the jury. It has to be published. It has to be in evidence. But she's not going to put it in evidence because she doesn't put any favorable evidence for Alex Jones into the record.
love the promo video. The promo video that they played for that whatever nonprofit she's profiting off of.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wandering testimony, don't you think?
It wasn't even in evidence.
She just went from like, oh yeah, I go to therapy to, oh, kids need to be safe and that, guns need to be removed from society. And then you're like, this is just wandering testimony. And she plays that promo video. I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch that promo video very carefully, but it just seemed like a complete and utter disgrace.
The whole thing is a disgrace, man. The whole thing is a disgrace. Yeah, but anyways, what I was getting back to is that she was sitting back while the plaintiff's attorneys were questioning, and then she got up on her seat and she was leaning forward when your boy Renal was asking questions.
I don't think Renal can do much here. I mean, even if he does object,
he did a
he
good
has to have
job.
that.
He did a good job. Like he undercut the shit out of that woman.
Mhm.
She was not credible. She looked like a fucking grifter.
As soon as she said that she got paid $5,000 per speech, I was like, I'm done.
Well, and then she's like, and then she tried to, mitigate the damage she did by admitting that by saying, "Oh, it goes all back into the company." And Renal did a good job.
Oh
saying,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
She-
but you get paid through that company. And she's like, "Well, I have to eat and I have bills to pay. Get a real fucking job, lady."
Yeah, stop grifting off this horrible tragedy.
God,
People experience tragedies all the time. I mean, I'm not trying to undermine,
Get a
what
real
she went
fucking
through
job.
as an atomic process, which is a tragedy and a horrible event, and she certainly has PTSD from it. But at the same time, people recover and move on all the time. I mean, let's talk about World War II veterans, not to wander off the subject, but these people were in combat and they got back to this country and they built stuff up and they didn't just dwell on whatever they were dealing with, back in, 1942 or 1943 during Battle of the Bulge. I mean, these people came back and they continued to live their lives. I mean, she's got to get back on track. And by the way, this happened, 10 years ago? Why are we having a trial 10 years later? I mean, talk about a crooked situation, and then they just time
They
it.
want to punish Alex Jones. She wants to punish him. She got to understand. She wants to punish him. That's not the point of a civil trial. The point of a civil trial is to compensate somebody for their loss, not to punish. Oh my
Yeah.
God! What I mean, what this woman is. She's a grifter. I wish I could have seen the other people this morning, but I don't know. Dude. Things are popping off. Nancy Pelosi. I mean, intentional provocation of China, and China backed down like a wimp. How many
Oh,
times
right,
are
yeah.
they gonna? How many times are they going to, poke the stick at China until China finally lashes out?
By the way, if you're just tuning in, please do subscribe and subscribe to the channel and like the video. Do you think it was you still think it was a good idea for Pelosi to visit Taiwan?
Well, who knows what she's doing there? She's probably touring the AMD factory that her husband just bought stock in.
Oh yeah, she's collecting her deals right now,
Yeah, that's exactly right, man.
getting all the kickbacks. Didn't China say they were gonna embargo Taiwan today to not let her
I don't
in?
know, but did you see where there were like thousands of tanks on the beach?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my goodness, man.
They made a major display to prevent her from going there.
Oh yeah, and apparently like people think that there's a bullet hole in her plane. They took the picture of her getting off. Yeah, in that picture I sent you.
Oh my god! I mean, I would show it, but this is set up for the Alex Jones live stream. We'll have to show that during our regular Command HQ that happens around 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, there's apparently
sometimes nightly. Huh?
There's apparently a. Yep, there it is. You can see it in the picture I sent you.
We
who
could probably
knows?
link to it
I don't know.
in our chat.
Yep, Nancy's laundering money. Yeah, man, she's not just laundering money; she's thieving money. She's terrible. I mean, she should talk about a grifter. I mean, she has profited probably more than anybody else from her position in Congress. I mean, you know, you talk about like Robert Byrd and Strom Thurmond, these guys who sat in the Senate forever and were old racist fucks. I mean, I don't think those guys got rich. I mean, they got people like Joe Manchin rich because they were, you know, doling out um, federal works projects to pave roads and stuff, and that's how Manchin got rich, Joe Manchin and his family. But these assholes just wanted their names on bridges and schools and buildings and everything else. I mean, Nancy Pelosi. I mean, how many bridges and roads and schools are named after her? Not one. I mean, because she's just stealing. I mean, she's just profiting off her position. I don't see a Nancy Pelosi bridge or a Nancy Pelosi high school, or it's not what it's about. Yeah, that's right. Robert Byrd, Grand Cyclops, man. He's our boy Joe Biden was right there with him.
Yeah, the established Democrats.
Dude, I hope the jury has some good questions for this charlatan.
Well, this is interesting because so Judge Gamble has been excerpting some of these juror questions from the live stream, but since we have this as a sort of new live stream, we'll be able to collect these questions instead of them tainting the record here and preventing them from being disclosed.
Dude, what about Victor Zsasz with that camera over there in the back?
Is that his name, Victor Stas?
Victor Zsasz, man, right there. Yeah,
Victor Zsasz. I love it, man.
What about that? No, who's the guy from Barry? You ever watch Barry?
No.
Television show? I figured you would, since Barry's your favorite person. No, what's his name? Oh man, hold on.
Hey, what do you think about Pelosi's husband being indicted for this DUI and having an enhanced charge?
Getting arraigned while she's in Taiwan, man.
Interesting.
Yeah, man.
I love how Alex Jones today called.
Oh, NoHo Hank. That's NoHo Hank, man. NoHo Hank's running the camera.
NoHo Hank.
I don't know, Dan Kelly, man. This jury has been asking some pretty pro Jones questions. They've been on point. And yeah. Dude, you're by the way, your little view counter's not working.
I know. I think they shadow banned that as well. Because suddenly my widgets aren't working. And they were all set up. But anyways, doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, so the jury's probably aggressively discussing what just occurred, and they're probably having similar thoughts that
I don't think they're discussing it. I think they're individually writing questions.
You think the jury is individually writing questions? Don't they they're getting together as a group?
No, she told them not to discuss the case. They're individually writing questions.
Weird. That's weird. Are you sure? I don't even think a judge can do that.
Sure. Yes, they're not deliberating. They can only discuss the case once they begin deliberating.
But they're all in the same room.
Burmis put a video out about quantum computing today.
What did he say? Did he mention our stack? The quantum stack? 5G, quantum blockchain.
Dude, you're definitely blocked, by the way, because that chat didn't show up. Hey, Judge Gamble, we're streaming your proceeding here. Won't you suck my nuts, bitch?
Several are not relevant.
Okay.
What is your income? Oh, God. Oh, she's not in here. What is your annual salary?
Bam, there you go.
Awarded a settlement. What percentage of the money will be donated to the Choose Love Foundation?
Bam.
Is it your opinion that InfoWars has a First Amendment right to say whatever they want about Sandy Hook?
All these questions.
I mean, that's a question of law. I'm willing to let her answer it. But I'll listen to objections later. How has Jesse's passing affected your parenting of JT? How has Alex Jones and InfoWars affected your parenting? How many lives has the Choose Love movement touched, and how has it made them better? Would you include Alex Jones and his family in the Choose Love movement if he was inclined to join? Would you forgive Alex Jones if he truly apologized and compensated monetarily and stopped the propaganda on or off the InfoWars platform? So, not asking about her income, not asking about what she'll do with the money. Is
Oh
it
my
your
God.
opinion that InfoWars has a First Amendment right to say whatever they want about Sandy Hook? I mean, they don't.
Dude, the fact that
That's the law.
fact that
There are some
pointed
things
out
you
those
do not get to
questions.
say.
No objection.
All right, then Bill.
I think it's just confuses the issue. If it were about free expression or something like that, it'd be different. But it's-
There is any party that has introduced the idea, what are you chewing?
No.
Seriously.
No, you're absolutely right.
I'm sure some people think I'm crazy about the gum, but it is like foundational rule that you do not chew gum or eat in a courtroom.
I agree.
What a cunt.
We live in a really casual society, but courts are serious. The business we do
Her
is
courtroom
serious.
isn't.
And sometimes
She's sitting
that
there
means
twiddling her fucking
we
thumbs, man.
practice things that might, in another context, not have as much meaning, including rules about gum and food and dress and decorum and taking
Listen,
turns and those kinds of things.
this-
So
This monster
it's important.
is going off on all
Not
about
as
chewing
important as
gum.
some things,
Yet
not as
she doesn't
important
give a
as
shit about
substance,
the
but
First
the rules
Amendment.
let us
Doesn't give a
get to
shit
the substance.
about a trial by jury on
What I was
liability,
going to
Doesn't
say
give a shit
was,
about the fairness of a hearing.
that I think you have, Mr. Reynal,
I mean, they ask
introduced
questions
the
about her
argument
income.
through your questions.
Why would this not be?
You've asked,
Why did you throw those
um,
questions out?
the transfer from
Exactly.
you've asked few witnesses
What she's going to do with the
about
money?
the First
Well, that's
Amendment.
important because she just said she
I don't
donates
know,
all
think
the.
about it for a minute.
Fuck this judge.
How has
was
Jesse's passing
clearly
affected your
relevant.
parenting of JT? How has Alex Jones and InfoWars affected your parenting? How many lives has the Choose Love movement touched, and how has it made them better?
Yeah, none, man.
Would you
She gets
include
like 10
Alex
views on her
Jones and
video.
his family in the Choose Love movement if he was inclined to join? Would you forgive Alex Jones if he truly apologized and compensated
The two
monetarily
most important
and
questions
stopped
were
the
the first
propaganda on
questions
or off
that
the
you threw out.
InfoWars platform?
The only questions relevant to damages.
I think those are fair. Are there any objections to any of that last set?
Why isn't Renal going fucking nuts saying,
Your Honor.
I want those questions?
He should be.
I don't know.
These questions are like 90% pro Jones. This jury's seeing right through this sham of a trial and these crisis actors on the stand. I mean, literally, fuck this judge, man. Fuck her.
You object to the question?
I do, Your
All right. I'm not going to ask it. I think it's on the edge. Ask her opinion, First Amendment, what it allows. It's not really a matter of opinion.
Outrageous.
She's not a lawyer.
Nah,
She's not
the
a lawyer.
female
I think we're ready.
attorney
On the record, we have gone through the questions submitted by the jury, eliminated half of them, kept half. The ones that you know I'm going to ask, any objections, Mr. Ball?
None, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Raynoff?
None.
All right, then we are
Why
ready
would
for
you
Ms.
supposed to
Lewis
have-
and Ms. Magic Still. We're ready
These
for the
questions
jury.
about her income are legit. I mean, those are relevant, right? Because she just said that she makes $5,000 to $10,000 off speeches. That they just put this whole fucking sham up there about this Choose Love Foundation, and she's like,
You
"Oh,
better
I
come
have to
back up
eat."
this damn place.
That's fair game. That's fucking fair game. I want to know how much she's making
Freaking
off of
sugar.
this non-profit, apparently for profit organization.
Mhm.
And you know what she's going to do with the money. She just fucking testified that she donates everything back into the Choose Love Foundation. Yeah, that's a good question. How much of this is going to go back to the foundation? Fuck this judge. She knocked it out before the attorneys could even argue it. Dude, Robert Barnes is a grifter, a scam artist, and he's the reason why Jones is in this position, and he's in a damages trial rather than a liability trial, because he thought he was going to be cute and smart, and he didn't produce the documents, and he got Jones's defaulted. I wouldn't doubt. I would be shocked if Robert Barnes is not disbarred in California, particularly after he went on InfoWars and said that this judge had rigged the proceeding. It's a violation of Rule 8.2 of the Rules of Professional Conduct.
You see,
Dude,
they're
look
showing
at
the
this.
jurors
All
here.
the jury members' faces, man.
Right,
I know,
Amy,
it's
see this?
outrageous.
I think I forgot to give you the same repetitive reminder with Mr. Hussman's questions, so I'll do it here now for then and now. You don't hear your question, that's because I made the decision that it wasn't appropriate for some reason. So you can direct your frustration to me. Now, Ms. Lewis, I am going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm going to ask you to respond to them to the jury. And if you'll just listen carefully and answer the question, you can't
So
explain it. So you
Renal
have to
is
answer the
here.
question
He
as
doesn't
it
want
is,
to
okay?
cause any more controversy, but exactly what he needs to
How
do
has
is poke and
Jesse's
prod
passing affected your parenting of your other son, JT?
and try to show her bias.
Good question. It has impacted my parenting, obviously. I think that
This has no relevance
when you
to a
have one
damages
son
trial.
that's murdered,
None.
you want to bubble wrap the other son so that they never feel pain, and that's
Has
obviously
no
impossible.
relevance.
And I think that I've done that a bit with JT, trying
We would
to
like
be
to know
overly
how much you
listen,
suffered in damages
trying
so we
to
can
keep him
quantify it.
safe.
No one gives a shit about how you parent the other son. It's not relevant to this stage of the trial.
How has Alex Jones and InfoWars affected your parenting?
Irrelevant.
That question relates to the first question. As a parent, it's your responsibility to keep your kids safe. And I wasn't able to do that with my first child. And so I am so probably overly zealous in trying to do that with JT. And so I've taken measures that might seem over the top to some, but to me, I don't want to fail my my surviving son, and I know consciously that I didn't fail Jesse when he was murdered at Sandy Hook because he was where he was supposed to be by law. But you have a little bit of guilt that you sent them to school that morning, and so I think that it has definitely impacted my parenting, and it's negatively, I would say. Unfortunately, I think that he would agree, and but you know, I was doing the best that I could with the skills and tools that I have at the time, and I continue to get more.
How many lives has the Choose Love movement touched, and how has it made them better?
The Choose Love movement has impacted millions of lives all over the world. In fact, our last conservative estimate was over 3.5 million children that have received this type of essential life skills programming, this type of programming that enable them to thoughtfully respond to any situation, circumstance, or interaction by choosing love. And we have a powerful formula that we teach. And this formula leads you, it's a pathway
I
to
wish you could pull
flourishing.
up her YouTube
And it
channel and see how
starts
many
with
views it has
courage.
on it. It's desolate.
Courage to tell the truth, courage to be present with
She has a bunch
whatever
of
is
wacky
happening in your life,
like
the
selfie
courage to
videos
do
on
the
it.
right thing. And gratitude is the next formula. And it's the courage to be grateful even when things aren't going your way. I try to live my life this way.
Oh my
And
God.
then forgiveness. And it's the courage to forgive even when the person who hurt you isn't sorry, doesn't care, or may not even know. And then compassion in action, which is the courage to step outside of your own pain and suffering, even your own busyness and distraction, to help other people. And then the beautiful thing is when you help other people, that helps and heals yourself. And I have certainly felt that. These are just some of the things that we teach kids. And this type of programming was priced out of the market for my son. The school that he went to, when I asked them about this type of programming, they said they spent so much money on this type of program that they couldn't afford to train the teachers in this. And so I thought, wow, this would have saved my son's life. So I created a program and I made it free because every child, actually every parent, every grandparent, every human being should have access to these essential life skills that are backed by science and that we know can create a safer, more peaceful and loving world.
Would you include Alex Jones and his family in the Choose Love movement if he was inclined to join?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Would you forgive Alex Jones if he truly apologized and compensated monetarily and stopped the propaganda on or off the InfoWars platform?
I'm so glad you asked that question, whoever did. It's a great question. And forgiveness is something that I've learned so much about since the tragedy. And I didn't know much about before.
Irrelevant.
And it's really
Should be
instrumental
objecting.
in
Renal
my
should
own
be
personal
standing
healing.
up right now.
And I think a lot of people are going to learn about it today with me speaking about it. But I actually,
They can't enjoin his speech.
I have said that I forgive
Are they going to try and use this as a prior
Alex.
restraint?
I've said that I forgive Adam
her in the
Lanza.
chat is
And I feel compassion for him.
complimenting you.
And I forgive Alex, and I feel compassion for you. But forgiveness is starts with a choice, and then it becomes a process. That doesn't mean that everything goes away, that you make this decision to forgive and that everything's okay. Forgiveness starts with a choice. Choose love. It is choosing love. Forgiving starts with a choice, but then it becomes a process. And depending on who you are and your situation and your story and your level of pain, it is something that you might have to do every single day, multiple times a day. And it's a way to let go of some of the pain and to get your personal power back, to enable you to live your life. Forgiveness is a powerful healing tool, but it's something that I have to work on every day. And it doesn't mean that you don't hold the person that you're forgiving accountable. They're still responsible for what they did. It has nothing to do with accountability. You can.
She's preaching
maybe
now.
Maybe a bad example, but if someone was
The judge picked the questions, right, that she could
you could
evangelize
forgive
on.
your rapist,
Like the hard concrete questions of how much do you make off of this Choose Life Foundation,
doing that to other people. So you have
how much would go back into the
in your forgiveness
nonprofit for profit.
To hold somebody accountable.
She fucking
because
wouldn't.
If you don't,
Instead
then they will
she allowed these open-ended questions.
Ms. Lewis, thank you for your time and your testimony. We all appreciate it. At this time, you can go back down
They
to
didn't ask
where
the
you
First
can
Amendment
sit.
question.
Thank you.
All right, so now I think Alex Jones will testify.
Do you think they'll put him up? I guess it's 3:30 there. They go till 6. Dude, Michelle
And
Purr, man,
somebody
don't
from the
you
plaintiff's
like
side,
me?
you have another witness for the
Oh
jury.
yeah.
Thanks for us.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Hey, the
Reynal.
broadcast
It is your turn to present
pretty
your case.
eyes.
You have
What
a
about
witness
my
for this
eyes?
jury.
I have a motion I need to make outside the presence of the jury. Your Honor.
All right, this shouldn't take very long. Remember, my instructions are all still in place. May head on back to the jury.
All rise.
Okay, so the jurors' faces are being shown again here.
They've been doing this the
Amateur
whole
show
time.
trial.
Yeah, the judge makes her living. Yep. Daniel Kelly says the judge makes her living trafficking kids through CPS. The court system, you know, that's how these judges make all their money under the table.
You may.
It's through the continuing legal educations. It's, you know, that's one
At this
grift. The
time,
other
defendants will
grift is
present their motion for
all the
directed
Just make
grants,
sure the door's shut. Yeah.
all
Okay, go ahead.
the
At this
federal
time,
money that's pumped
defendants will
into
present their
this
motion
family
for
court
the
stuff.
verdict. Will file saying with the court, but I just wanted to give Your Honor a brief summary. It is our position that plaintiff's IIED claim fails as a matter of law. The evidence
Yes.
as adduced from the witness stand shows that it is predicated upon the statements made by Mr. Jones as well as his employees on the air, and as such, it is duplicative of a defamation claim, and under Texas law shouldn't go forward. Either as to Ms. Lewis or as to Mr. Heslin, who also has a standalone defamation claim. As for the defamation claim itself, we believe that the evidence shows that the statements were not on the Owen Shore broadcast, were not defamatory, and so we think Your Honor should reconsider her decision. We urge that reputation damages have not been properly proven.
Exactly.
In Anderson versus Durant, a Texas Supreme Court case, the court wrote that rumors within a community.
That was one of the
are not
points I
enough,
wanted to bring up
and
earlier.
instead the evidence
Like,
must show
what in
that
her
people
testimony
believed the
established
statement and the
anything about
plaintiff's
reputational
reputation
damage?
was actually affected. As to Mr. Heslin, who has the only reputation claim,
Did
we
she
had
lose a
no
job?
evidence of anybody who
Denied
him work or
nothing.
denied him credit or denied him access to some sort of social organization. So we think those should be stricken. We also would urge that the mental anguish damages cannot be properly proved.
Yes, first with regard to the IED claim, first advance a gap filler argument, meaning that the claim sounds in defamation, it doesn't fill a gap in the law and can't be IED. First, we would point out that this is already law of the case. Defendant has appealed this on both of the claims, Lewis and Heslin. Texas Supreme Court rejected that appeal. Texas Court of Appeals says they are not duplicative, is not a gap filler as an issue. Even if there wasn't already law of the case, Mr. Huston's claim for defamation clearly sounds in statements about himself, while the two plaintiffs' IED claims sounds in statements regarding the circumstance of
Look
the
at that. Bankston's got Asperger's. He can't even look at the judge.
Mr. Jones made for
He's
instance,
constantly looking
in which he
down.
did not claim that children did that. Instead, he claimed that the children were murdered as part of a 2-year pre-planned CIA
Dude,
plot.
what are you going to do if the judge like issues an
their
order saying
reputation whatsoever.
Rockfordine can't restream?
But it is nonetheless.
Rockfordine can't restream. Rockfordine can't restream.
With regard to reputational damages, the simple evidence alone that Mr. Hudson testified
Dude, you don't
that
want
an
those
individual
ads on
while yelling
YouTube
out
out me
Alex's
again.
Infowars fired a firearm near his home is clearly legally sufficient on its own to achieve reputation.
The ads on YouTube
There's
outing
been plenty
you
of
again.
testimony about people in the community who had negative thoughts about these parents and them in particular, and Mr. Hudson in particular. So for that reason, reputational falls. As far as the mental anguish damage, I don't know a better way you can have legally sufficient evidence than by having two separate psychologists, a psychologist and a psychiatrist, one who has a formal diagnosis and who related it
How
to
would a
these events, as well as
psychiatrist
the
be able
personal
to
testimony of the plaintiff's father.
testify on reputational
As such,
damage?
the district director is frivolous.
Any reply, Mr. Reynolds?
I mean, she's going to deny it,
All right,
right?
the
But he's
motion
making
for
this
a directed
point.
verdict is denied.
No
Any
explanation.
other motions
least
need to
as a
take up outside the
karate-
presence of the jury?
Knew
I
this was
posted a copy.
we would have like prepared law
Say it again, you did what?
I don't have any
and
other
say why she
motions
was
on it,
denying
but I
it.
have a copy of
She just denied it. No
full
explanation.
clip
Yep.
to play for the jury of Mr. Jones' broadcast today. I have two versions. One of the versions has some remarks about the attorneys as well as the court. I didn't know if Your Honor wanted me to play that clip or one that has been edited to take that.
Our response is, I think this is being offered for optional completeness. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Exactly.
It
Okay,
is.
so let me, okay, then if it is for optional completeness, then the rule of optional completeness requires them to identify a specific statement made within the recorded part that was played to the jury, while also identifying a specific, and also identifying how that statement existing on its own could be fundamentally misleading to the jury. Then they must identify a specific statement in the portion that they would like to play that is necessary for the jury to have to properly understand.
see
what
Alex
has
Jones
happened.
just,
Otherwise, they will be misled.
Talk
I
to
have,
Renault.
what I have heard is basically that after calling Mr. Heslin mentally challenged and autistic and claiming that his ex-wife and all of us lawyers are exploiting him, that then they want to play an apology or some other things that Mr. Jones says that they think will be good for them. That is not a way in which you actually clear up any fundamental misleading in that particular. So for optional completeness, I don't see how.
Your Honor, the argument that's been made is that Mr. Jones continues on his show to deny that the plaintiffs are real, that to say that they're actors, that there's some kind of a CIA plot. And this seems to be a big part of the plaintiff's presentation, and it's just not true. And this clip shows, he says, these are real people. I've been sitting next to them. I'm sorry for what I did, and in that sense, their portrayal of it is misleading.
So I didn't actually hear any of that from Mr. Ball, so that's not their portrayal. I heard some testimony from Miss Lewis about how she feels about it. Again, I don't think that constitutes a portrayal. I think, let me put it this way. I believe that Mr. Bankston is correct in how he describes the rule of optional completeness. Do you have an argument to make for why whatever portion of this video you think needs to be played is required for the jury to not be confused by the portion they heard earlier today?
It's the argument I already made.
And Your Honor, I would just reply to that the idea that he's saying
Bernal
that
just gave up an opportunity to rebut.
Mr. Jones believes that they're real. Literally
See, he
said
should be
that
pushing this
in-
judge's
in-
buttons
in-
every turn.
Right,
Getting her to
I
lash
did
out
hear
and do
that as
something
well.
stupid.
Also,
And
the claim that
instead, he's laying down like a beaten puppy.
Yep.
I mean, that's how you get at these
I have a
judges,
hard
right?
time
Is you
imagining
push
that I
their
have not
buttons
watched
until they explode.
it.
Because they
Mhm.
do. These
That
abusive
any
judges
clip
do.
that includes a conversation about what's happening in court this week
He's being
can
way
be
too
in any
soft
way
here.
helpful to the jury in their job. I'd
Alex
certainly-
Jones is gonna get up
Please
again.
Sit down, Mr. Jones. It is not your
Uh-oh.
turn. I will happily allow Mr. Reynal a minute to hear all of your suggestions, if you and he think that is necessary, but you have to wait.
Can't.
What, he's gonna turn to
I haven't
gum
watched
chewing
any of it,
next?
so I don't know what it says. If you want to send it to me and have me watch it on a break, I will do that. But there are a number of people who have been writing to me and telling me what Mr. Jones is saying every day. I don't know if they're accurate or not in their descriptions. I'm not otherwise going to find out. So I will only see this if you send it to me and ask me to.
It's gonna be in-camera review. What
I'd
the?
like to confer with the client. I think he wants you to say something else.
Play the video.
This judge isn't watching Alex Jones at night. Bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Get some records from her search history.
simply re-urge that it's confusing for the jury because the clip leaves out the part where Mr. Jones says that he certainly believes that Miss Lewis.
All right, so if you want to send me that part, that may in fact meet the requirements of the rule of optional completeness, and send it to my staff attorney, and she'll review it, and then I'll review it on break, and I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Anything else before we bring the jury back?
No.
Anything from your side? All right, we're ready to have the jury back.
So is Alex Jones going to testify or not?
I mean, what would he testify about, right?
An apology?
I mean, I guess he could testify about. I was thinking about this earlier. You know what? The scope of this damages trial is so wide. You know, like it should be like what that woman just testified to had nothing to do with damages. Nothing. The actual things that could, represent potential damages, the judge knocked out or told actually instructed the witness to testify she didn't know about the therapy bills. So it's bullshit. But I mean, what advantage does he have? This is an opportunity to hold him in contempt.
It's true.
I guess they're gonna put him up there. I mean, look at him.
Yep,
Why
they're going to put him up.
Why?
Well,
you are asking for trouble.
So as a defense attorney, that's what you think that Renault is thinking in this situation is that this is a huge liability.
It's rigged. I mean, the proceeding is rigged. Why not get this over with as quickly as possible so you can get to appeal, post-judgment motions? I mean, the jury, there's some members of the jury that are clearly on his side.
All right, you may all be seated.
Why put him up there and potentially fuck this up? Because there's really nothing he could speak to about the plaintiff's damages.
I do. The defense would call Alex E. Jones.
No.
Wow.
No, why did you do this?
Raise your right hand.
See, Jones just wants to testify.
Or affirm under
That's the
penalty of
thing.
perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Come have a seat. In the witness chair, there is water and glasses. You have pretty good volume. I don't think you'll need to lean into the microphone. I see that you have a document with you. I don't know if you were here when I explained to a prior witness who brought documents with them that you can't look at any document for any reason while you're testifying until and unless one of the lawyers or myself instructs you to do so. So I'm going to ask you to actually just give it back to Mr. Reynal until he may think you need it. Okay? Do you understand all that?
This is a page. What a
okay. While you testify, it is not a conversation. It is a question and answer. So the instructions are to let the lawyers completely finish asking their questions before you begin your answer. To listen to the question and answer what is asked. So you can always say that you don't know or you don't understand. Those
you have good volume.
To answer out loud in words and not head shakes and the like.
This is an opportunity to be held in a perjury trap, to be held in contempt with a volatile judge.
You may begin, Mr. Reynal.
Get your attorney
fucked. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I am Alex Jones.
How are you feeling today, Alex?
I actually feel good because I get a chance to, for the first time, say what's really going on instead of the corporate media and high-powered law firms manipulating what I actually do.
Right off the bat.
I want to start by kind of letting the jury know a little bit about your youth and where you grew up so they can get to know you better. Is that okay?
Okay. And before we do that, I just do want to say this on record, as I've said it many times. I apologize to both.
Sustained. So, Mr. Jones, one of the instructions I just gave you is that this is not a conversation. Question and answer.
So she got the monologue, but not me. I got it.
And so you have to only answer questions that are asked you. Mr. Reynal will ask you, I'm certain, all the questions you want. But you have to wait.
Turning the frogs gay.
You may proceed.
Mr. Jones, have you been wanting to apologize to the plaintiffs in this case for a long time?
Yes.
And what would you like to say?
That I never intentionally tried to hurt you. I never even said your name until this case came to court. I didn't even really know who you were until a couple of years ago when all this started up. The internet had a lot of questions. I had questions. And over that 6-7 year period before I got sued, or 6 year period, it's clear you can see the whole progression of us, the few times we covered it, trying to actually find out what happened. And that's really been my big frustration, is that the people have said that I'm personally trying to hurt them or coming after them when I question every big event. And a lot of times it turns out that we've not been told the truth. And a perfect example is today, where they play a 30 or 1 minute clip. And I had just done that this morning. And I knew that I said, I believe that Scarlett Lewis is real and she's a really nice person and she's really a sweet person. And then I went through and talked about her ex-husband too. And then I said, I believe they're being fed and manipulated. And this is a perfect.
Sustained.
This is a perfect.
Sustained. When you hear sustained, you have to stop
Okay.
talking.
Do you feel that the video clip was a fair representation of what you meant to convey?
No, it had the front and back. No.
Okay, and why wasn't it fair?
Because it had the front and back cut off of it to totally misrepresent the apology at the end and at the first, where I said, I believe she's a real person and lost her child. So someone edited that and then showed it to her, and then they brought it in here and played it to show it to you. And I think you should ask to see the full segment.
All right. So now that we've got that out of the way, I want to ask you some questions about where you grew up and how you came to have your business. Can you let us know where are you from in Texas originally?
I first was born in Dallas, then I grew up in a suburb of Dallas called Rockwell.
And how old were you when you moved to Austin?
16.
And can you tell the members of the jury why your family relocated to Austin?
My dad sold his dental practice, and there was too much crime in Dallas, and Austin was a safer city.
Were you still in high school when you moved?
Yes.
And did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
Here in Austin?
Yes.
And did you go to college?
No. I mean, I went a few years to community college.
Are you married?
Yes.
How many children?
I have 4.
Can you tell us their names and their ages?
I've got to. I need to say their names. Okay.
You don't have to if you don't want.
Well, there's
Their ages.
Sure. There's Rex, who's 19, Charlotte, who's 18, Georgia, who's 14, and Veronica, who's 5.
And is your wife present in the courtroom today?
She's right there.
And what's her name?
Erica.
I want to ask you some questions about how you got started up in media with your radio show. Okay? How old were you when you first felt that you wanted to be on the air, that you wanted to work in media?
When I was about 17, I really liked listening to talk radio. And I'd grown up with my dad on road trips listening to like Larry King when he was still on radio. And I really liked Larry King on radio and then also on CNN. And I also liked Howard Stern. I thought he was funny. And I really wanted to be a talk show host.
And how did you take that desire to be a talk show host and those early influences? How did you translate that into action? How did you first get on the air?
I had been out of high school about 1.5 years, 2 years, and I went down and took classes at the Access TV station here in Austin, one of the first places to ever have Access TV, had one of the best systems. So they had a lot of equipment and a lot of studio space. A lot of it was old, antiquated, but still very useful. So I became self-taught with that equipment. And in about 94, 95, started doing my own little call-in shows. And then those became pretty popular quickly. And so the phone rang, and a DJ by the name of Sharkman, who had a national show that was managing the local station, 98.9, said, I think you should come in and do like a 3-hour radio show this Saturday and see what people think. And they had Howard Stern on their station. They had G. Ward and Liddy, a bunch of other big hosts. They had some other big local hosts who couldn't light the phone lines up. And the first time I went in, they got about 100 calls the first night.
How old were you?
I was, I think I was 21, 22 by then.
And what was the format of your early shows on Austin Public Access TV?
It wasn't as conspiratorial or political. There was some of that because there was other people doing those shows, and I already knew about that information. But it was just all over the map. It was just really calling shows, different topics, did variety shows like Carter Pumpkins on TV on Halloween, and have a guy come in with his pet monkey and it dances around, just fun stuff. Because also liked Johnny Carson growing up.
Did people like your show?
They did.
And did your show? I mean, it sounds sort of like almost like a Wayne's World kind of thing.
I think Wayne's World's a good way to describe it.
And did it win any accolades?
It did. It won Best of Austin a few times in the newspaper, and pretty much started getting written about, and even national coverage for about 2 years.
Really? And so tell us, you told us already about Larry King and about Howard Stern. Who would you say influenced you artistically in the format and how you did your show then and became the man you are today?
I mean, really, I listened to Larry King a lot because my dad listened to him on the radio a lot when I was from the time I was like 6, 7. I remember listening to Larry King, and then I'd watch him a lot of nights at home in junior high and high school. So I would say more than anybody, Larry King.
And did there come a time when, because of your success and having won this Listener's Choice Award or Viewer's Choice Award, that you were able to be syndicated?
Well, I won a couple of those. I don't think the syndication folks were paying attention to that. I built a studio in a bedroom in my house because they wouldn't put the equipment in at the local station, right? The top ratings to syndicate it. And so I went home, got the equipment, had an engineer come set it up, and then called a syndication outfit and got a sponsor, and I paid to put it on the satellite. And then I got about probably 60, 70 affiliates in about a month, and it went up to several hundred affiliates after that.
Can you describe for us what the setup was like? Was it in a spare bedroom?
It was.
And what kind of furniture was in there?
It was a simple wooden desk and a microphone and a little mixer, and then a chair if I had a guest.
And what is syndication for those of us that don't know?
Instead of being on one station, it goes up. At that time, it was satellite. Now a lot of it's over the internet, and then it's beamed back down, and then other stations can pick it up.
And so you said you were syndicated on how many radio stations?
It fluctuated between 30 or 40 at first, and as much as over 200. I would say things that were politically not popular to talk radio, more left-wing things like being anti-war or things like that, and I would lose a bunch of stations, and I would gain more stations. But talk radio was mainly conservative. And so when 9/11 came around and I had questions, we lost 70% of our affiliates in 1 month because I didn't want to, attack all these foreign countries. But I still was steadfast and had that message. So then I got real popular with the left wing, but I wasn't trying to be left wing. I was trying to follow the right thing, even though it made me lose most of my radio stations, which is the issue of how I do what I think's right. Sometimes I'm wrong. I've been more right than wrong, but I don't do it for the monetary thing. I do it to tell the truth or to try to tell the truth. And then the monetary comes with that because people can tell this guy's not reading off the script. And with that comes its own issues. But I'm not lying like the corporate media on purpose. That's the big difference.
And so let's focus in on this early period. What year did you get syndicated?
I syndicated myself in 1998.
And at that time, did you already have the show name, The InfoWar?
Yes.
No,
it wasn't ever called InfoWars. It was just the Alex Jones Show. Because you have to call the show your name, because that's how they do it with the ratings that were written in on little diaries. So to be on radio, you had to say the name of the show coming in and out. It was like TV for Nielsen ratings. So it was the Alex Jones Show.
Tell us about InfoWars. How did the name InfoWars come to be, and how did that business start?
Vic Vreeland, who was an Air Force veteran, who worked in Air Force intelligence in Vietnam, he was the deputy fire chief in Austin. He was a listener, and he'd done some talk radio interviews, been on some syndicated shows because of magazine articles he'd written. And he came to some of the events and he said, listen, you're really involved in an information war. That's that, and because all information is propaganda. whether it's true or not, it's called information war. And so you ought to try to get that URL. And he had a big old laptop. He said, look, it's available. Do you want Infowars.com? And so Vic Freeland got the site. He then, even in his spare time, he was still working with the fire department then, he built the basic site and stuff, then helped find me a volunteer or whatever at first. We didn't really have any money to then start updating the site a little bit every day. And that was in 1997. So Infowars came from an Air Force intelligence term.
So you had the Alex Jones show that was being broadcast, and you also had Infowars at the same time.
Yes, I had a radio show. At the time, I was doing a local radio show. And then I was doing the syndicated one out of my house. And then I had a website that I could post articles on or links to say, look, this is on the site. Go check it out on air. So it's kind of a way to make radio almost like TV, because the internet was starting to become more effective and more where it actually worked. Where it's not effective, where you could actually post stuff and do things. And so we could put things on there and show people what we were talking about.
Did you also start making, in order to support Infowars, did you also start making documentaries?
I did start making documentaries. In 1997, I made my first documentary, America Destroyed by Design, about the Great Reset that was coming and the different UN documents that were in it. And then I made more than 25 more films after that.
Why make the films?
Most talk show hosts would sell a coffee cup or a newsletter to fund themselves. And I wanted to build a larger news organizations. I wanted to do more. I wanted to make documentaries. So I went out and made documentaries, used the money from that to make more documentaries, because that way you could show people what it was you were talking about in a format before there was really the internet. Because even though the internet was around, it was mainly text and pictures. In 96, 7, 8, 9, documentaries on VHS and the DVD was the way people interface with that.
And at the time, what was your main topic of interest that you wanted to explore through your documentaries, as well as through your radio show and your website?
The plan to cut off U.S. energy reserves that we're now experiencing, the plan to cut off all coal power generation, then gas, and the forced move onto renewables, but that it was in the documents. They didn't plan to even have those. It was a post-industrial program called Agenda 21 that George Herbert Walker Bush signed on to in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. And I read the plan, and it said we're building a post-industrial world. We're going to have a controlled demolition of civilization to force depopulation. And now that's mainline news. Bill Maher called for depopulation last Friday night.
In addition to your documentaries, are you also an author?
I am, yes.
How many books have you written?
I've written 2 and contributed more than 20.
We'll talk about your latest book later. Let's move forward a little bit. In 2001, what, if anything, happened with you and your program on YouTube?
Say that again, please.
Did you have a series of videos that were very successful on YouTube in the early 2000s?
Before YouTube came around, in I think 2004, and then it was out of some guy's garage in San Francisco, got bought by Google around that time. We were actually putting out videos ourselves that we were streaming ourselves, but it became too expensive, so we had to stop. We were doing that by 2000, 2001. And these are all the technical things, but then Google Video came around, and we had videos on there with millions of people that watched them. And we were just putting them out for free, and it was very popular with the left, because it was us tracking and protesting the KKK. It was us exposing police brutality and things like that. And I wasn't trying to be left wing. I just thought those were really important topics. And so I got really popular with the left wing then. They went and had me speak in San Francisco and New York, and I got big awards, by the big liberal Democrat channels.
Let me ask you about that part, because that's an aspect of your work and who you are that you cultivate, which is different from in the studio. From the very beginning, did you believe it was important to go to demonstrations, to talk to the people on the street, to be part of protests?
Absolutely.
And how did that play into what you were trying to do?
Well, InfoWars is a radio show on TV. And that's really what Oprah Winfrey is too. It's just, but I mean, it all goes back to radio when I started 100 years ago, a little bit more now. And so that's a separate thing. A talk show with opinions and people debating is like The View. They're not fact checking, they're just giving their opinions. When I'm on the radio show, most of the time I'm just a pundit giving my opinion. Everybody on talk radio knows that. We play devil's advocates, we look at both sides. I don't do that very often now because people can edit tapes and hurt you bad. I would say, well, let's look at this. They're saying this, and they believe that. Now let's look at this. And as later as I realized my show had a lot more power than I thought, I realized, well, even if I'm not the one editing these tapes, I've got to be more careful because there's bad guys out there that will do it. But the films I'm proud of, we didn't ever put any films out about Sandy Hook, never had any products about Sandy Hook. The films we would try to really vet and do more journalistic research into and fact check and interview renowned people. I mean, I interviewed like former U.S. Attorney Generals and members of Congress and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I mean, that's who we would go for these films, top economists, just really big names for these films. And they were very, very popular. So that's where I've been journalistic and done a good job. I guess with the age of the internet, people grabbing clips out of talk radio or talk TV and mixing it together, I can see how it can cause problems. That's why I've admitted that I've made a lot of mistakes, but none of it was done from some master plan deal. It was done from a bedroom in my house.
Sustained.
So one of the things I noticed about you is that you have a very distinctive voice, very deep, sort of gravelly voice. Did your voice always sound that way?
No.
What happened to your voice? Why does it sound the way it does?
Well, I remember the two demonstrations where I finally wrecked it. And one was about 12, 13 years ago. There was actually film of it. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Voice has changed. I don't know what that is.
Do you have some way to tie this to the damages portion of this trial? No. I'll address you if I'm talking to you.
This is so that the jury can understand who my client is and properly assess his credibility, his demeanor.
Sustained.
Let me ask you directly about InfoWars as we're coming into the period where Sandy Hook occurs. Okay?
Yes.
About how many employees did you have circa 2012?
I'd say about 45, 50.
And where were you broadcasting from?
What year?
2012.
Oh, I was broadcasting from offices, studio.
In terms of size, how does that compare to, for example, the New York Times in terms of how many employees?
Objection, speculation. I don't believe this witness has any personal knowledge about the New York Times employee lawsuit.
So you can only answer the question if you have actual knowledge about how many employees the New York Times has. Otherwise, you have to say I don't know.
So as a member of the media, are you generally familiar with the different media organizations that are in the industry?
Yes.
And based on that knowledge of the industry, can you tell us size-wise how your organization compares to the New York Times or to CNN?
It's between 1/100th and 1/20th the size of those different organizations. You count it for employees and bureaucracy and the number of offices and things they do.
So I want to ask you some questions about the different formats of the different shows that InfoWars broadcasts. Can you tell us what the sort of different segments are that would appear on a given day at InfoWars circa 2012?
There was my 4-hour radio show that in 2012 was just a webcam on me for people that wanted to watch it online. And then it was me at a desk with a camera in 2012. And then, that was it, basically.
At some point, did you all begin to have additional segments besides just you doing your radio show and answering calls?
Well, yes, that's, now I understand what your first question was. What was the different types of media we were doing?
Yeah.
There was the syndicated radio show. There was also had a visual component, digital video online. And then there was documentary making, and that's what I had 10 or so people working on with me. And then I started to develop reporters and people to go out and actually cover like live events and protests and things that were going on. And then we also did everything in-house. So we had our own shipping department to be able to ship out books and films, not just my books and films, but a lot of other authors, books and films. So we would interview a lot of those authors. And so that's what we were doing back then.
Now, your radio show, was it purely a call-in show, or did you also go sort of on rants about different issues that you were seeing?
Yes, we would have a lot of calls. Sometimes the whole show would be calls. Sometimes it'd be all guests. Sometimes I would just decide that I had so much news that I was going to just cover up to 100 stories on there and just look at them. The audience knows whether it's the BBC or whether it's an InfoWars story or whatever it is, they can choose. They can go look it up themselves. We're just covering what's in there. And so we just bam, bam, bam. It's the same way today. Like Pelosi's in Taiwan. What do you think of it? You think there's going to be a war? The Chinese are threatening war. Oh, look, Biden fell down again. Oh, look, that they found another trailer full of 50 dead people in Texas. It's horrible. We got to do something about this. And it's just coming up next. It's real simple. I got a stack of news. We're going to play a video clip of Bill Maher, saying we need to depopulate the human population. And let's take calls. What do you think about Bill Maher saying we should get rid of the majority of people? Well, who's going to do that? Who's going to do the killing? I think this is wrong. I think it's dangerous. I think it sounds like Hitler. I mean, that's what we do.
And how did, at the time, 2012, how did you source the stories that you wanted to cover during that segment of your talk radio or
95% of what we were covering was mainstream news going, look, they're saying this, do you believe it? Or what do you make of this? It's that kind of thing, is that we would simply do what talk radio does. That's what talk radio does. That's what Larry King did, is you stack of news articles, talk about what's going on, what people are saying, ask callers, what do you think of that? Do you buy that? What do you think is going to happen next? Are there really WMDs in Iraq? Are they lying about it? And then the talk show hosts make their predictions about what they think. And then the talk radio listeners basically keep note and see who's the most accurate. And it becomes a big game to see who has made the best predictions and things like that. And so that kind of lends itself to the very nature of a soapbox, is people speculating. That's the nature of people going to a park and standing up in Speaker's Corner in London for 600 years and giving their opinion. That's what free speech is.
Now, please tell the members of the jury, has your method where you get your stories, has that changed over the years from 2012 until today?
No, it's not really changed. I mean, we have clips from the news where it's like, here's a clip of this person saying this. And then we always try to actually play it in context. Most of our clips are about 2 minutes long. So they're not little deceptive clips. They want to show what somebody actually said. And we'll just play a clip, give our opinion, and ask callers what they think about it. Or again, we'll say, should Pelosi go to Taiwan? The Chinese are threatening war. And I said yesterday, I don't really like Pelosi. I don't want war with China, but I think it's good she's going, because we should stand up for ourselves and not be pushed around. And then we take calls and say, what do you think? Well, I think you're wrong. We shouldn't go over there. I think you're right. I mean, it's really that simple.
Do you also, did you then and do you now also hold debates?
We did.
How do you decide to host the debate and who are going to be the debaters?
Any issue that is being contested that people think is interesting. We had a Sandy Hook debate where we had a newspaper reporter on who said he thought that it really happened. And we had like a professor, or I forget exactly who on, who thought that there was questions. And that's the type of thing that we did. I can understand then that people, again, take clips out of that and move that around, and that it can cause problems. And that's why now, I mean, I can say I'm more timid, even though the head of the state police questions Uvalde in Texas, even though they stood down for 77 minutes, I think it happened. But I've just gone, whoa, I'm going to try to leave this alone as much as possible, just because they'll take what I've said out of context. But my listeners are now mad at me because I'm not covering it when, I mean, something went on 77 minutes and the kids are begging for help and the police just stand there, and the state police in Texas say that the head of the state police says, we don't know the truth. And it's because of things like that that people just get completely blown away and confused by what's going on. But now I realize that those are such touchy subjects that I don't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
And is that a result of this case?
You know, it's a result of a lot of stuff. Like in the past, I would have gotten in a car and driven down there. And I think that's what journalists should do. But we didn't go down there because I don't want to be associated with the corporate media and the lawyers and the people that swarm around these mass shootings. I don't want to be like them. So they've accused me of being Mr. Mass Shooting and all this stuff with Sandy Hook when I've covered less than 1/10 of 1% over the years. And so I don't want to be like them. So we didn't send reporters to Uvalde, and the American people can figure out what's going on. But I'm not going to get involved in it.
So we've talked about the call-in portion. We've talked about hosting debates. Do you also interview? And I think we talked about doing the news based on what we're reading. Do you also interview guests?
I do.
And do you always select the guest that you're going to interview, or sometimes does one of your producers suggest to you, hey, you should interview this person?
In radio, the producer isn't the person paying for it. But you know, in Hollywood or TV, the person paying for the entertainment show is called the producer. In radio, it just means the booker. And then they call and get the guest on the line or on Skype, and they check into the person. We get all these guest offers and things. In the past, I would do cursory stuff and sometimes mail it in with guests. That's just what talk radio does. I mean, I was a producer for other shows 25 years ago, not just my own show. And they were pressuring us. I was helping produce on a sports show to get up to 5 guests an hour. So you're just calling people that are already in the news, that are sportscasters or pundits, just like ESPN now. You see all these different writers and talk shows on the show. So it's the same for political stuff. You're just getting guests that are in the news that are interesting, and then getting their opinion about things. And so now most of the time, though, I say, I want this person, I want that person, and I'm more in control of the guest that I have. But in the past, we let more things driven by the internet and by 4chan and 8chan, that in every case I've had problems, it's been a curse. I'm not tagging everybody that's on there, but I tell my producers, do not touch it when it's on there, because it's the kiss of death, and it causes nothing but problems.
Why is it, do you think it's important to interview people who are causing a stir on the internet or on social media? Why do you feel like that's a good thing to do in terms of your listeners?
Well, I mean, most of the time we're not just interviewing people that have caused a stir. When I say like there's a big controversy or there's a big story, if there's riots in Hong Kong and we can find a reporter who'll come on the show, we get them on. It's whatever the big topic is. That's just how news is. And more, I don't really follow the news model of covering the news. In the past I did. We still do it a lot. But now I mainly just talk about philosophy and the big picture, and then have some guests on. And the show's gotten more Christian, because I'm a Christian, but as things progress, all things happening in the world, I'm moving more towards doing a self-help, life experience type show than the political show. Like, I've been trying to segue out of this just because I think we have to change individuals, kind of like Scarlett was saying earlier, more than we're going to change the world. We can't change ourselves, then we're never able to change the world. And I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've learned a lot in that process. And I've also learned how the corporate media is able to completely manipulate a story once you're caught in it, and then manipulate other people. And if anything, I want to teach people about how that process works, because they say I'm the mastermind that figured out how to manipulate people, and I didn't have any understanding of it coming. And now I've seen it from the inside, the way this stuff goes on. And I think only getting the individual awake and aware and not under its control is the way to beat it. And you can't just cover a bunch of news and get somebody to understand that. You can't be told about the Matrix. You got to see it.
Let's slow down a little bit. And I want to ask you about sort of how with these responsibilities, how your typical day sort of shapes up, okay? How many hours a day are you on the air?
I'm on the air about 4 hours a day.
And since when have you been on the air about 4 hours a day?
I've been on the air 4 hours a day since about 1997, 98.
And in order to prepare for those 4 hours that you're going to be on the air every day, well, let me ask you this. How many days a week?
I'm on the air 6 days a week.
So in order to prepare for 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, how many hours per day do you spend on prep for your show?
I spend about 2 hours at night, about 2 hours in the morning, and then I do some research in the afternoon.
In addition to prepping for your show for about 4 hours and being on the air for about 4 hours, do you have other responsibilities?
I do.
And what are your other business responsibilities?
Well, we don't have a lot of sponsorship, because with sponsorship comes the control of the sponsor's political views. And so we sell books and films and other things to fund ourselves. And then you've got to source that. You've got to have that. You got to get good deals on that, because a lot of times, like in the case of historical food, we're only making 20, 30% on it. So it's you're competing against Amazon. And so you've got to really spend some time on that.
About how many hours per day do you spend on general business administration?
2 or 3 hours.
So your average day, would you say, is somewhere between 11 hours, 12 hours a day?
Yes.
6 days a week?
Yes.
Do you depend on other people to help you produce your show and decide what you're going to talk about?
I do. I depend on my crew, and I depend on, really what they do is they just give me hundreds of clips that are in mainstream news, alternative news, things that are happening, video clips, and I'll sit there on my computer and just review them. And then I tell them, just print me the top stories off of 10 or 15 news sources. And I say, go through everything, randomly change it up. So everything from Japanese news to news in Mexico to, the BBC to the LA Times to just everything. And then also alternative media. But more and more, we just show clips of what's actually happening out in the world. It's not disputed. There's just stacks of news. You can be on air 24 hours a day. All you're doing is like a curator, just showing people, hey, we looked at this, we think it's interesting. We looked at that. The idea that there's like certain stories that are like these big bonanza stories that we focus on is just not the case. There's a glut of news and information.
So we've talked about your responsibilities and your duties and your work day at InfoWars. Do you also appear on other people's shows?
Yes, I've been on thousands of different programs in the last 27, 28 years.
Any that we would have heard?
I've been on Howard Stern, been on his network many times. I have been on Joe Rogan's show many times, even predating his current podcast, done it 25 years. I've been on The View. I've been on Piers Morgan. I've been on 20 or 30 BBC shows. I've been on Japanese television. I've been on Saudi Arabian TV. I've been on Israeli TV. I've been on Brazilian television, Brazilian radio, Mexican TV and radio. I mean, I've been on basically a lot.
Let's focus in the year 2012, how many hours per day was InfoWars broadcasting? Not just your show, but everything.
Well, there's broadcasting and then there's just videos that we're uploading. I mean, I'd say
How many hours of content per day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
Okay, and in 2013, about how many hours per day?
2018?
No, 2013.
Oh, 2013. The same amount.
And 2014?
I'd say a little more, maybe 7.
And 15?
The same.
16?
The same.
17?
Sorry, 1 second. Oh, sorry. My torn larynx, that's one of my voices I do. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking you how many hours per day content is being produced and uploaded or streamed on InfoWars in 2017.
Probably 7, 8 hours as well.
And 18?
Then it increases to 10 hours a day. Or in 17 it did. In 17 it increases to 10 hours a day. And then and it stayed about that.
And it stayed constant now at about 10 hours per day since then?
There's 10 hours that's always there. That's talk radio on TV. And then we also put out some other reports and videos.
Okay, so the answers you just gave us of 7 hours per day, basically up until 2016, and then starting in 2017, 10 hours per day, that is content that's on the radio that's being streamed.
And being picked up by some radio stations.
So as we sit here today, since 2017, InfoWars has been producing about 3,120 hours of content per year.
I haven't done the math. Is that what that calculates out to?
I will represent to you that it is.
It's, 6 days a week. We do a little bit less on Sunday. Sometimes do stuff on Saturday. I mean, that sounds about right. There's no exact number. We never organized it all, so I don't know. Excuse me, sorry.
When did you start bringing on other hosts that have their own programs?
Then we started the nightly news in like 2015. I don't have the exact dates. So we started the nightly news that David Knight and Leanne Mackey and others would host sometime before the 2016 election.
How did you pick who was going to be the first host for the nightly news?
Well, I hosted it sometimes, so David Knight mainly. Sorry, really bad deal here.
You need some more water?
No, it's a torn larynx. It's gotten a lot worse. It's real bad this week, so that's what's going on. It's not getting a voice like that. It'll get better in a minute. What were we saying?
I was asking if
Go ahead.
David Knight won a contest in order to be on the show.
Yes, he did.
Tell us about how that worked.
We had a contest of news videos and reports to the best. And I don't think he won. I think he entered the contest. And we hired him. He came out with his family from North Carolina. He was an engineer and also had done a lot of writing for publications and things. And so he was just natural for the show.
Mr. Jones.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I've had surgery on this. It's been like this for 10 years, and it's really bad now. So.
That's the exception to the food and the
There you go. Yeah, go ahead.
Alex, you obviously have a very busy work schedule for yourself. Do you tell the other hosts what to say or what to cover?
We're starting to. Well, I mean, no, not the past. Not really. Very rarely. Other than I try to pick people that already have done shows, that I've seen their work, that I think are trying to tell the truth, that are smart, and who are funny. I think we've done a pretty good job of that. But they're definitely, we're trying to put in more oversight and be more careful, obviously, about what we do. We've definitely learned a lesson from this process of not just things we did wrong, but how people misrepresent what we've done.
Is it fair to say that yourself and most of your hosts are self-taught through the radio business?
Owen has a degree in media, but he'll tell you he didn't learn anything with that. It was all working at those radio stations from the bottom, up, got on air to the top. And it's the same way Owen had a similar skill that I did. I mean, I volunteered when I was at talk radio. I wasn't paid the first 6 months, and then I got into sales and things. But I was doing producing for sports shows. I even got hired by the Howard Stern show to do an interview with Dennis Hopper and some other folks at a big film festival at the Governor's Mansion. So I did that, and I worked for Howard Stern on that job. So I was doing everything, and then that was unpaid to do that.
Would you say that your organization is more like a radio show, or more like a newspaper, like the Austin Statesman?
No, we don't pretend to be. We're more like the op-ed page in a newspaper, giving our opinion, than say the investigative journal section or something. So yes, we're like the op-ed, or we're like the funny papers as well. I mean, we've got really serious stuff we do, where we say, here's the documents, here's where they said it, this is what's going on, and then we also have the op-ed opinion stuff we do, which is what talk radio is, and then we also have satire and things like that, where it's completely obvious that I'm dressed up in like Cobra Commander, that I'm not actually Cobra Commander. People know that's a joke.
Let's talk a little bit about where you get your funding. When's the last time you had a corporate sponsor for InfoWars?
You mean a big one?
Yeah.
I had some corporate sponsors when I was against George W. Bush and the war. We lost a lot because we were anti-war, but we still had some big ones. I mean, we had like car companies, clothing lines, everything. We were making a lot of money to expand the operation, going back to about 2005 up to when Obama got in. And then being anti-war was not allowed anymore. For whatever reason, I wasn't anti-Obama, I was anti-war. So I continued with being anti-war, and we lost all our sponsors. We lost, that was about 80% of the money we were making with sponsors. We lost about $10 million. It was gross money to fund the operation right away when we didn't toe the line with all the wars.
And so when you lost all that corporate sponsorship because of your position against the war, did you transition to a different business model?
Yes, we'd already been selling some books and films, but we accelerated it. And I said, well, I'm not going to let them shut me down. I said this on air. I said, you want to shut us down? We're $10 million a year. I remember saying, I'm going to go to $70 million a year. I'm going to put it into everything. We're going to advertise. We're going to explode. And so that was my promise, and I fulfilled it.
And why is it important for you to be self-funded?
That's what the system fears. It's actually come out in some of the presidential library documents out of Little Rock, that the system fears any independent organic media, whether it's liberal or conservative, that isn't controlled by the big corporations. They want a fake left and a fake right that's synthetic. And by fake, they're real groups. They just kind of toe a line, stay within certain guardrails, and then society doesn't ever change for the better. Instead, we need independent grassroots media that is self-funded, whether it be through donations or whether it be through product sales, so that we can have real diversity of ideas in this world we live in.
What do you use the term synthetic as well as fake? What do you mean when you say synthetic?
These are a lot of military terms that I learned just by researching psychological warfare, because I knew that they were using it against us. So I went and last 20 years got some of the declassified ones. But a synthetic event is real stuff happening, but they put in place people to help it happen and kind of provocateur to get it started. So if you have two pit bulls killing each other, that's a real event. But people that throw them in that pen together for that fight, they made it happen. They brought the dogs there. They raised the dogs. They trained them how to fight. They threw them in the pit. So there's two dogs really killing each other, but it's synthetic because people made it happen. So when I talk about staged, most of the time, I mean, they knew it was going to happen and they stood down and let it happen. And that was my view the first few years of Sandy Hook. Anybody can pull up the Washington Post, you name it, about FBI going out there, him threatening to shoot a school, nothing being done. Same story, CIA, she was hacking stuff. So that's where everybody thought it was really suspicious up front, was because those telltale signs that we've seen before of those type of synthetic connections, which don't always mean it was staged, but that's the type of things people look for. So you've got different types of false flags. You've got synthetic is a way to describe it really happened, but there were forces in there letting it happen.
This kind of like the idea of purposefully focusing people on a particular news story because you want them to vote a certain way or do a certain.
A synthetic event.
Wait. When you hear objection, you have to stop.
Objection, maybe.
Sustain.
Give us another example of how that works.
Well, take that clip earlier today they aired. At the beginning of the clip, I say I believe Scarlett Lewis is real. I believe her son died. I'm very, very sorry. And they cut that off the front. And then they cut me saying I was sorry off the end. And they brought a real clip, but it's synthetic, to try to deceive you. And I hope you get to see the real clip. And then you'll figure out everything else that's been going on.
Let's go back to InfoWars and its business model. Do you sell vitamins?
Yes.
Are your vitamins FDA certified?
No, they're not.
Why not?
1996 law, the FDA has no jurisdiction over any nutraceuticals, not the ones at Whole Foods, not the ones at GNC, and not ours. And ours are private labeled, top brands that are sold at Whole Foods and GNC. We have them made by the top lab recognized in the United States. All we do is put our label on it, so we know it's triple tested, the highest quality, and that's why people love it, because it is the best out there. And I'll give it to Whole Foods, and I'll give it to GNC and others. They've got the same stuff. There's all sorts of crap you can buy at a gas station out there. That's not what ours is. I mean, we buy our PQQ and CoQ10 from the Japanese. I mean, it's the best. It costs 5 times what synthetic PQQ and CoQ10 cost.
Ms. Karpova was asked about plaintiff's exhibit 35, which is in evidence. I'm going to put on the camera here. Can you see that?
Yes, barely.
Need reading glasses.
No, that I'm barely sure.
Well, let me walk it up to you and you can tell us just generally what kind of document that is.
It's like some type of sales log.
And can you tell us what year it begins in?
Looks like September 2015.
And can you flip to the last page and tell us what year it ends?
It ends in December 2018.
If you flip back to the front, can you see the headings?
Yes.
Can you see the column that?
Yeah. Don't worry, it's not COVID, it's the torn larynx.
There is a column that is labeled invoice.
Yes,
Would that represent gross sales?
I believe so.
And let's flip to the last page and you can tell us what the gross sales number is.
165,230,000.
Can you tell the members of the jury how much of that represents profit versus just gross revenue?
It depends on what product it is. Some products make 20%, some products make 60%. Like on a book, you might be 20, 30%. On food, it's that, and that's the biggest type things. On supplements, if they're on sale, you make 50% of it. If it's not on sale, you make more than that. Sometimes 100% markup. Usually it's on sale. So it really all depends. I can tell you bottom line numbers though, of how much money I've been paid, things like that, or how much money's there.
Before we discuss that, let's talk about InfoWars, the organization. Would you describe it as organized or chaotic?
It's a mix of both, but it is the opposite of corporate. And there's no corporate culture, and there's no people are very happy there overall, and it's very, very diverse, and people stay there a long time. And but I would say the sales department and the shopping cart, that's in another building. It's not even there, and it's kind of like two groups that don't really talk to each other. So the disorganization is between people that do production and the people that do the sales and the warehouse and stuff. And we're trying to get that integrated. But
maybe this is an easier way to go after it. Let's discuss, for example, email. How much email does InfoWars routinely get?
I mean, I know when we look to comply with the discovery, which we complied with, it was over 10 million that they had to search that was still in the inbox unopened. So it's 10 million unopened and a few 100,000 opened. And that's why there's a lot of stuff we never saw because it was in the 10 million emails.
So about how much email would you say you get on a given day, just sent by random people?
I can't answer that because about 10 years ago, I got rid of my email address because it was getting 20,000 a day. And so that was one of the things they didn't believe there wasn't an Alex InfoWars because, well, of course you got an email. I'm like, no, I don't. That's like, it doesn't exist because I can't read that. It's just, I can't read 20,000 emails.
How many employees would InfoWars have to have, in your view, if you were to actually read every message, every email, every tip that's sent in?
It would take 10, 15, 20 people, we go bankrupt, which we are now.
Going back to, I want to ask you a question. There's a term that's been thrown around during this trial of the truther community or truth people. What does that?
I have a couple motions I'm going to take up outside the presence of the jury. I don't know if you want to do that now or what's done with the direct.
That really depends on you, Mr. Bankston, whether you think I need to hear them now or later.
I'm worried they need to be heard contemporaneously, so I'd like to go ahead.
All right. We're gonna just sit tight for a second. We're gonna take a break. I don't know if it will eat up the rest of the afternoon or not, so I'm not gonna release you in case it doesn't. I wanna not waste any time. And so I'll send someone back if you're gonna go or if you're gonna come back. Remember all of my instructions. On the chance that I don't see you before tomorrow, please arrive at 8:45 like normal for us to get started. Thank you.
All rise.
Wow, what an amateur sham. They're showing the faces of the jury as they leave the courtroom.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Jones, you can go back down to council table. Everyone may be seated.
How much water does Alex need?
You go to the bathroom, you go out there.
You just have to wait until the jury is moved to their space before you can leave the room. All right. All right, Mr. Bankston.
I don't know what's going on here, but I need to bring a couple motions there for jury instructions, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring a motion for sanctions right now on the record. I know you don't want to hear it.
Wow.
But the jury instructions right now. We have, as you know, there's been a pattern of Mr. Reynolds blatantly violating MIL's court rules. Mr. Reynolds just absolutely solicited direct testimony from Mr. Jones that he is bankrupt. Mr. Jones just testified straight into the record that he's bankrupt, which is not true, which is a sham that's going on right now, which Mr. Jones pulled $60 million out of his company last year. But the most important part, Your Honor, is you have a motion when entered in this case that is in no uncertain terms that they cannot, due to violating your orders repeatedly to provide network information, they cannot apply evidence to network. Mr. Jones just intentionally did that in violation of your order to attempt to poison this compensatory damage verdict, to try to tell this jury that he's broke when he's not. And that's in violation of your order. And Mr. Reynolds drew that right out of him, totally expecting that to happen. It was very obvious from the question he asked. Once Mr. Jones tell this jury he's broke. That is ridiculous. The second is that he absolutely, Mr. Jones just fully testified that we complied with discovery. I am under the standing MIL not permitted to mention discovery disputes. But we both know Mr. Jones did anything but comply with discovery and did that for 4 years, thumbing his nose in the face of this court in rank contempt. There needs to be an instruction to the jury that he did not comply with discovery, that materials that were repeatedly ordered by this court will not turn over. Some of that includes his net worth information. And I also would like an instruction to the jury to disregard and strike his comments that about him being bankrupt, which they are to take as having no evidentiary value and is not true. Otherwise, I am deeply prejudiced going forward. The other thing that Mr. Jones testified to is that he doesn't communicate by email. Doesn't have emails to turn over. You know from the motion for sanctions that involved defendant's former counsel tampering with evidence, that they tampered with a piece of evidence to hide the fact from me that Mr. Jones does have an email and was communicating with me. To this date, we still don't know what that email is. We don't know, haven't been produced any of it. But Mr. Jones is just repeatedly lying on the stand in ways that I cannot counter because they deal with your discovery rules. I want the jury to instruct to disregard all that testimony, that it has been already found by the court that Mr. Jones does have it, that he did not turn those emails over and did not admit and denied the existence of that email, that he did not comply with discovery, that he is not bankrupt and the jury is not to consider it. Additionally, on top of those instructions, we are now formally moving for sanctions against both Mr. Jones and Mr. Reynolds, who we believe intentionally solicited testimony to sabotage this jury. And I would not normally make that accusation so openly against a fellow attorney had that attorney not continually violated rules of this court on every single day, including before putting Mr. Jones on, clearly attempting to solicit from a witness an attorney-client communication earlier into this day, which, as we've seen him violate rules that a first-year law student should know, a first-day law student should know not to ask the plaintiff about her communications with counsel. This is absolutely in bad faith. Therefore, we'd like jury instructions and we're filing a motion for sanctions.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Reno?
If Your Honor thinks it's necessary, I will. I think that Your Honor can review the transcript of my questions. I don't think my questions elicited that testimony. I'm sorry that that came out. I don't think that there was anything I could have done in my questioning that would have prevented it from happening. I know that Your Honor has contemporaneous transcript and can look it over. So I would urge you to do so because I'm sorry it happened. I tried to move on very, very quickly. I think Your Honor saw me raise my hand. But I can only ask the questions.
Let me ask Mr. Jones a couple of questions while you're under oath.
Yes.
What did your attorney tell you about your testimony today? I want to be very careful. Were you instructed that there were some things you could not testify about?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were?
Yes.
And what were they? Just top level.
I'm trying to remember that. First, there was a document you put out saying, don't talk about free speech. Don't say I'm innocent. And a bunch of other stuff. And then that got withdrawn. I believe you withdrew it. I think it's called motion in limine.
Okay. So you don't remember?
No.
No.
I remember currently.
Stop. Remember day one where I said unfair world and you don't get to interrupt the judge? You remember that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. But the judge gets to interrupt you.
Okay.
Remember that? Yeah. Okay. So you don't really remember what you were not supposed to testify about. That's what I'm hearing. You said, yes, I remember. No, I don't remember.
Well, I'll try to remember.
Okay. I don't want you to try and remember.
I
I don't
remember some
want you
things.
to try and remember. You either knew or you don't.
I remember him saying, don't talk about the financial stuff or something like that, like a week ago when I asked you.
Total violation of
I remember
attorney-client privilege.
today watching part of Heslin's testimony when I was coming here and him talking about the bankruptcy. So I thought that was totally fine. I mean, he gets to, why do I not get to do what he gets to do?
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
just stop.
Okay.
All right. You can sit down, Mr. Jones. Do you have any reply, Mr. Mason?
Not really.
And actually, before I hear from you, you know whose obligation it is, Mr. Reynal, to make sure that any witness you put forward understands the orders in limine, understands what he is not allowed to say because of orders that I have made before now, right?
As an attorney, it's an impossible position.
That
to
wasn't
be
the
in.
question I asked you.
I know that it is my obligation to communicate Your Honor's orders. Beyond that, I think that's all I need to say.
Your Honor, the only thing I was saying, I actually probably need to ask for an additional jury instruction.
Renal just threw
During
Alex
the
into the
same
bus.
testimony, and the reason why I do not believe that Mr. Reynal was keeping a tight leash on his client for MIL, and why I do believe he was intentionally trying to violate
I
it.
told you this
Because
was a
Mr.
bad
Reynal had a
idea.
long series of questions about whether Mr. Jones is a pundit who merely gives his opinion, does not provide facts, was not stating facts, was only giving his opinion. That's another one of your motion in limine, that the defendants cannot contest in this case the statements that they were giving were merely protected opinions and not statements of fact. That all came out intentionally from Mr. Reynal, and you know too through the rest of this testimony that he's been intentionally trying to drive out the liability sections of your opinion. As we said yesterday, we think he's intentionally trying to bring this from. And if it really is a matter of, oh, whoops, I guess I forgot to remind my client not to suddenly blurt out to the jury that he broke on the day when he was screaming that he's going to do it, right? When he says, I'm gonna come in there and this judge ain't gonna hold me down, it's gonna be her Waterloo. And then he comes in here and do that, maybe we'd forgive it if he wasn't also asking questions that were directly in violation of our. And Your Honor, we believe this is just egregious.
Your Honor, if
All
I may
right.
on that point, just on that point, Your Honor has ruled already that during this phase of the trial, we are to discuss and over my objection, all the issues raised by Rule 41, 11. I've been objecting to that.
Except net worth.
But except net worth. And within that, for the jury to make an accurate determination, you need to talk about intent. You need to talk about degree of malice. You need to talk about how extreme the behavior was or wasn't. And so the testimony I'm eliciting, which I believe, I've never said, nor has my client said, that Your Honor's ruling shouldn't stand. But in order for the jury to be able to make a decision, they need to know the entire context and they need to understand the mental state of the participants, because if not, they can't render a ruling on punitive damages.
The problem is, and you know this, and we've already had this conversation multiple times in this trial, in addition to it before this trial, the time for that was during discovery, when Mr. Jones chose not to fully participate. It is not the time to do that now. If there is anything that he would like to put forth as a defense, he needed to do it a year ago during the discovery process. It's too late now. And when you ask questions that imply or outright say that he didn't know how to be a journalist or he wasn't a journalist, you're calling into question my ruling, which was based on a long-standing principle in the law, that if you intentionally, repeatedly, and over years, in this case, again and again, refuse to participate in discovery, that is proof that you do not have a meritorious defense. That was the basis of my ruling. You cannot attack that in this trial. For motions for sanctions, you've got to write them down. They're under advisement until they're written down and filed. We'll take that up post-trial.
Your Honor, so that I don't run afoul of your ruling.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
You don't even know what it is yet. For the motions seeking sanctions against Mr. Jones and Mr. Reynolds, you have to write those down. They have to be filed with the court. I'll take them up post-trial. That may mean during deliberations. That may mean later in August. I don't know. Assume it'll be as soon as I have time. So file a response if you want to.
Wow. She just admitted she's going to sanction him.
Mr. Jones, you may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true. You may not say it again. You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true. You may have filed for bankruptcy. I don't know that, but I've heard that. That doesn't make a person or a company bankrupt. You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated that oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify, yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify. This is not your show. You need to slow down and not take what you see as opportunities to further the message you're wanting to further. And instead, only answer the specific an exact question you have been asked. No asides. The comments about discovery, the comments about the larynx or whatever it was, the comments about bankruptcy, none of those were responsive to questions. They were just you abusing my tolerance and making asides to the jury improperly, and in at least 2 cases, untruthfully. Do you understand what I have said? Yes or no? Do you understand what I have said?
Yes, I believe what I said was true. So I don't.
Yes, you believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed. You're under oath. That means things must actually be true when you say them. Don't talk. You understand what I have said.
I do understand.
You understand the instructions I have given you for your testimony in court.
Yes.
I'm not going to bring the jury back today. My staff is listening. They can let the jury go home. We'll start back up tomorrow. When you come back to testify tomorrow, one more time, no asides. You understand what I mean when I say no asides?
Yes.
Answer only the question asked of you. Do you understand what I mean when I say only answer the question asked of you?
Yes.
You understand you will still be under oath when you return tomorrow morning
Yes.
to complete your testimony. And you understand that that means you must only testify about things that are true.
To the best of my knowledge.
If you don't know something, you don't say it. If you're asked about your opinion, you can give your opinion. But if you're asked to relate something that's truthful and a fact, it must be truthful and a fact, not an assumption, not a guess, not an opinion. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can sit down. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Just so that I can make sure that I don't run afoul of Your Honor's motion limine or earlier rules.
Just to be clear, we call them motions. I don't issue motions. I issue orders. These are orders in limine and have been ordered since before this trial started.
Degrading the
Is
attorney.
Your Honor ordering me not to explore the nature of the wrong?
That is very broad.
The character of the conduct involved.
You may not elicit testimony designed to leave the jury with the impression that Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems did not defame Mr. Heslin, or that Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems did not engage in the intentional infliction of emotional distress against Ms. Lewis and Mr. Heslin.
I elicit evidence as to the low degree of culpability that should be ascribed to Free Speech Systems and to Alex Jones by virtue of his education, his situation, the situation of InfoWars, and what was going on.
So Mr. Jones was too ignorant to know that he was lying? Is that your defense?
Your Honor, my defense is for the jury, not for the court. I'm asking whether I can elicit testimony as to his mental state, to the organization of the company, to the standard practices in his industry, to what was going on in his personal life, all to illustrate the low degree of culpability that should be attributed to this.
You can ask Mr. Jones questions about, similar to some of the questions or all the questions that were allowed when Ms. Karpova was on stand, that kind of touch on these same areas that were allowed. I think those are fair game. You can ask him. I mean, I think the answer is yes, as long as you're very careful.
True.
Anything else? From you, Mr. Reno?
No.
Anything else from you, Mr.
The
Reno?
only thing is I wanted to confirm with you that will be tomorrow morning, we'll be taking up whether there'll be instructions and should I propose instructions to the clerk?
Yes, please propose the exact instruction you would like me to give. I think it would be appropriate to give those instructions, if any, before Mr. Jones retakes the stand.
Your Honor.
1 second, please. I think we need something. We need some instruction. So you can do it the way you did the proposed charge instructions. You can both send my office an email if you would like to. Yes, Mr. Reno.
Mr. Jones would like to say something that's directly relevant to what we've been discussing.
I am not.
Very briefly, Your Honor. I think it's important for my candor towards the court that you
Okay.
hear what he has to say.
I am not typically in the practice of hearing from parties except when they are on the stand. And I don't see a reason to change that practice any more than I already have.
This is simply in line with Your Honor's question as to what he was instructed in terms of what he should testify.
It doesn't matter at this stage. I expect that you will go over the instructions as you are required to do under the rules, and I'm gonna leave it there. Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
From
Thank you.
either of you? Okay,
Wow. Next.
well, let's do a time check. We're certainly going longer than I think we had all sort of hoped.
What do you think, Agent X?
Mr. Reynal, you've used 10 hours and 33 minutes. And today it's
Bum
very
ass
inflated.
judge.
Yes, all the breaks I just attributed to extra, so it looks like we have worked, but it's more than 5.5 hours today.
Okay, so
the
she's shutting the case down
that
for the
works
day.
7 hours and 6 minutes.
We're gonna come back tomorrow and
it's
finish Alex
Vincent
Jones's
Hold on.
testimony.
Side, it's 17 hours and 3 minutes, so I haven't done the, let me hang on 1 second. Let me figure one thing out.
We'll see what she does about time.
Yeah, so today it's all out of whack because it's well over 6 hours, and I don't calculate. I calculate 5.5 a day. Anyway, I think we're okay. I'm going to say that we need to conclude. I think we will run into a problem and run out of time potentially if we go past the lunch hour with evidence. Do you have a witness once Mr. Jones is finished?
Mr. Jones is on.
Okay. So hopefully we can get that. Anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Let's go off the record. Anything else at all? We've gone over witness would only be Mr. Jones. We've gone over hours. Is there anything else?
Will we be arguing tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, we will do our formal charge conference as soon as Mr. Jones's questions from the jury are concluded. And then depending on breaks and all of that, we're gonna start. Anything else? All right.
One thing, Your Honor,
Oh,
would you?
there is something else.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, would you, assuming everything goes just swimmingly and as fast as it can tomorrow, which is hard to say, would you expect us to go into the punitive portion should the jury return a verdict very quickly?
So the problem is, I have to read the entire jury charge out loud.
Right, yeah.
And then I also have to read, I think it's a page, let me see real quick.
It's hard for me to believe that would happen. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. I read a page of other instructions and then I read the entire charge out loud, which it's not that long. I mean, we have finalized it. It's only 11 pages. And as you attorneys know, one of those pages is the signature, so it's not that bad, but I still think that's 15 minutes. Then when they go back, they don't have any evidence because we have to review it on the record, and then it goes back. So I find it unlikely.
How would Your Honor like what evidence we do have to be on a thumb drive? How do we do that?
So, to date, the only exhibits you've admitted are paper.
Then there's a video.
It's been admitted.
It has.
Yeah, right.
It's exhibit 67. Who's admitted this without objection.
Has it been played to the jury?
It has. It's the Father's Day
Dude, Matt
message.
H is tearing you
Oh,
up.
yeah, right.
I know.
Okay, so far, what I have from you is.
Matt, why aren't you on camera? Call in if you want.
That's it, right?
All right, that's it.
Where is it? Because once it's admitted, it's supposed to be up here with my.
Yada yada yada. So what do you think, Agent X?
Courtroom computer.
Oh, in that one.
Yeah.
Dude, they're
Okay.
gonna sanction. She's gonna. You know why?
Yeah, so
She
we're
didn't
gonna
sanction him
need,
right now. She wants to write a very nasty public decision
Oh, you know what? It's gonna be the
that
exact same system as this, 'cause
puts it out
this is
there forever
so I
about
will need
Renault
a thumb
and
drive
Jones.
or
She's already said that Jones has lied under oath.
Only admitted
Yeah, and they're gonna publicize this
admitted
everywhere,
to
aren't
the
they?
jury.
Politico, the New York Times.
Are you guys okay?
So she's
CNN.
setting up Renault to be disbarred, right? She wants a public. She doesn't want to sanction him right now in
If you
court,
had something that's a court exhibit, that's fine. You can give that to
right?
me
So it's
separately.
twofold. She doesn't want to sanction him right now in court. She wants to have a very thoughtful, like,
Only the ones that are admitted in their admitted form, which for the
structured,
includes full video and
going through
clips.
point by point, point by point, how he committed attorney misconduct, how he violated her orders, and then she's going to sanction him and send it to the bar. That coupled with the finger he gave Bankston, I mean, he's done. His legal career's over.
We'll see you tomorrow.
She wants the written decision so she can put in writing that Alex Jones lied on the stand and forward it to the prosecutor. She's going to refer that decision to the criminal prosecutors and try to have Jones charged with perjury.
100%.
That's exactly what she's doing. I would, if I was Alex Jones, I wouldn't be smiling right now because he's going to catch a perjury charge.
You think? Well, most perjury charges are misdemeanors. Depends on what jurisdiction, but this was a brutal.
Well, I told you,
direct.
man. She was setting up not only Alex Jones, she was setting up Renault to be fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, exactly as I predicted that Gamble was going to hold off and issuing any verbal or even written sanctions, and she's probably going to be deliberating with the bench in that district court and trying to find the easiest way to fuck over Renault as
Did you
much
see
as
that?
possible.
The
what happened?
plaintiff came over and shook Jones's hand, and the attorney said something to Jones and pushed him out of the way.
Really?
I think I'm autistic.
Yep.
He said, I think I'm autistic too. Not in the courtroom. Wow, interesting.
See, they got a documentary film crew there too.
Which attorney pushed Alex Jones out of the way, by the way? Was that
It wasn't
Renault or was
Bankston,
that
it a guy who
Bankston?
kinda looked- No, it
Oh, it was
wasn't
a plaintiff's
Renault.
attorney.
It was, yeah, it was the guy who kind of looks like Bankston, but it's not Bankston. Yeah, fuck this judge. Fuck her. She's terrible. I mean, these judges know how to do it, right? They know how to really fuck people over. They're not going to go ballistic on the bench. And sanction him. What they're going to do is they're going to write a decision and they're going to forward it to the bar and end Renault's career. They're going to refer it to criminal prosecutors and end Alex Jones. And that's exactly, they set him up, right? They set him up. And she gave him a wide leash so he could hang himself, asking all these questions about intent and state of mind. And, that doesn't have anything to do with a damages trial, right? I mean, intent goes to, liability. That's been established. So, I mean, the only thing that should be at issue is the compensatory damages, and they should be putting in their therapy bills and things like that, and talking about kind of the pain and suffering that they've experienced. Changes in their life. I mean, it's beyond me how they've established a defamation claim when I haven't seen a single shred of evidence that they suffered any reputational harm. They didn't lose their job. They set up nonprofit for-profit corporations, and they're profiting off of their kids' deaths and smearing Alex Jones.
Ironic that they're accusing Alex Jones of doing something which they are actually doing. And the other thing that I caught there was that, I think there was some contemporaneous conversation between Renault and Alex Jones. And then the judge was kind of like violating, an attorney-client privilege there on the record while he was under oath in trying to determine or ascertain facts of that particular conversation. It just seemed very unethical.
Biden will appoint the judge to a higher court for her reward. Yeah, I'm sure. This woman seems it seems like she was lucky to graduate law school, right? She's got to explain everything like she's in a first year law class, right? She's got to insult and belittle Renault. And if I was Renault, I'd be pushing her buttons, man. I would get her to fucking go ballistic on him.
Yeah, because it's such a public spectacle in this trial. If she were to do anything like try and hold him in direct contempt, it's going to make her look terrible. And she's ultimately going to go after him as hard as she possibly can. I mean, like you mentioned, they're going to try and prosecute him as well as disbar him. He should be pushing her buttons at every step. And it's surprising
Stacey
too
Dunn,
because
no, Stacey Dunn. She's not explaining everything because she's explaining everything to belittle Renault and make him look like he doesn't know what he's doing when he obviously knows what he's doing. She's doing this to kind of discredit him as an attorney, to attack his skills in the courtroom, and lay the foundation for a massive sanctions decision where she goes through and she says, I had to admonish Miss Renault several times in the courtroom about how to act as an attorney, about how to abide by my court orders, about the rules of evidence, about and she's going to put that in there to diminish him as an attorney. No, he's not purposely making a mockery of things. The judge is making a mockery of things. All these all these people who are getting behind these plaintiffs, these obvious frauds, they're obvious frauds, are terrible, man.
Well, if you're just tuning in, please do subscribe to the channel and like the video. We do a nightly stream around 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. Probably do it tonight, talk about this trial as well as Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. But anything else? I mean, this was wild. I mean, talk about a national treasure being on trial and testifying in, an epic case. Yeah, I mean, talk about, so she's going to be boosted into celebrity status, probably in the left-wing media. And she's going to retire from the bench in 5 years and get a job at like MSNBC or something.
So one of these things about the state court judges, right, is they're usually like the worst attorneys. The worst, right? They're usually run for election. They're not qualified. They failed in private practice. It's funny, and she just seemed like one of them. I'd like to see what her history is. What's her name again? Maria Gamble?
Judge Gamble. Maya Gamble. She comes out of CPS in Texas in that 459th District Court. It's Travis County. So she's a family
Dude, she's
court
up
judge.
for she's up for election, man. You should
I know. Well, I mean, in Austin, it's pretty liberal, and I'm sure there's a fair number of people who really dislike
child
Alex
welfare
Jones.
attorney.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So family court judges and family court attorneys are the worst.
Child protective services community. I mean, this woman is a dude. She went to Yale, homie. She
Did
got
she?
that affirmative action admit.
Yep, exactly.
She
Trying to
clerked
do
on the
away with the
seventh
bar
circuit.
exam.
What?
They're trying to do away with the bar exam.
Dude, she so I mean, this just shows you that she's intellectually deficient, right? She goes to Yale undergrad, goes to Yale Law School, clerks on the Seventh Circuit, and then what does she do? She goes and she's a solo practitioner for child welfare. So she goes and she works for CPS. She doesn't go and work for Skadden Arps or Waddell Lipton or Sullivan and Cromwell, some white shoe firm. No. She doesn't go and doesn't become a litigator or court. She works for CPS. This woman is a liberal plant, A, and B, she's intellectually out. She intellectually outkicked her coverage by going to Yale and clerking on the Seventh Circuit, and immediately got pushed down to where she should be with the rest of the shit lawyers. That's right, Craig Titus. Miss affirmative action. I mean, look at her, man. I mean,
she's a tyrant on the bench.
Yeah, man.
It's terrible. It's just brutal watching this too. And Alex Jones just walked right into this false flag. He's constantly talking about these false flags, and then there was one like right before him, and he didn't do anything to stop himself. Probably because his ego is too large. Went right into it. He should have avoided testifying at all costs, if not for him and the structure of his business, but for Renal, because he literally fucked Renal over. By the way, did you see Renal try and throw Alex Jones under the bus there when they're having that little back and forth?
Of course he did.
So I mean, and that was really the only time he saw Renal get fired up.
Dude, she was a fat, ugly bitch even when she was young. Dude, could you imagine trying to get with her? Oh my god. Oh.
I mean, what can Renal do in this situation other than just
dude? He's
like
got to poke at her,
puppy?
man. He has to poke at her. He has to. I mean, I'm not saying skirt or orders, but every opportunity he has to poke and prod and get her to blow up. That's the only way. I mean, if he can get her to blow up on the record, if he can get her to blow up on the record, then he's got a chance of getting this whole thing washed out and showing bias. But he's not doing enough. I mean, his other option is just sit there and shut up. But I mean, they've already laid the groundwork for him to be fucking disbarred.
Totally agree with you. They should be fighting this harder. And the thing is that Alex Jones is like literally pushing Renal when he's up there at the podium speaking to say certain things. And you see Alex Jones pushing, like he always does. And Renal's not doing that. He's trying. And he's kind of redirecting it and saying, well, my client wants, me to address this issue, when he should be pushing Maya Gamble as far as he can go. And, if I were...
well, it just shows you, right? Alex Jones, as much as we like him, he's a lot of bluster and a lot of talk. Because he's sitting there saying this is going to be his Waterloo. We're going to go in there and do this, that on a show. And then he gets on the stand and he's, tame, right? He's slipping things in here and there. He's not going up and being defiant.
Side cutting everything.
Right. And it's one thing to say you're going to do it. it's one thing to take that strategy, right, of slipping things in and being coy and whatever what she's doing, but it's another thing to say you're going to go in and say this is your Waterloo and then act like a pussy.
Well, okay, so they're gonna figure out some way to fuck him over, maybe even find him in contempt. He might as well just be in contempt and say, look, I have a right to free speech here. We're not talking about damages. I'm completely bankrupt. I mean, I didn't even identify these people. But then they're
Dude.
going into all this other shit.
Matt H. fucking.
Matt H.,
fucking,
I want to address your points too. The reason that
that was a sick burn, bro.
What did he say?
He said, "Dude, you
He
gotta
got
read the
sunburned
comment,
by a
man."
blue hyper giant.
Oh man.
That's what happens when you're active and you're out, you're doing things. You look alpha as fuck.
Dude,
No,
Brock
but seriously,
goes to the tanning bed every other day, man. You can see
seriously,
it. Look
though.
at the little rings around his eyes.
Seriously though,
he's a sick bird. Oh my god, dude, Matt H is cracking on you. He's cracking on you, man.
Cracking on
Matt
you,
H,
Agent
call
X.
in here and crack on.
Here, I'll put
Brock
the calling number
bit.
up.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Matt H, call in, man. Get some cracks in.
Yeah, call that number, Matt, or the URL rather.
Yeah, let's get some,
come on, let's hear it.
Post game analysis in here from the chat.
Yeah, I want to hear your analysis. Anybody feel free to call in. That's a URL.
Oh man, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, he's fucked, right? I mean, Alex Jones is fucked, dude.
I mean,
hey, get this. So while I stepped away there, while Jones was testifying, so Warner Brothers spent $100 million to make Batgirl, and they've shelved it. It's so woke and so much garbage that they've completely shelved the movie. $100 million down the drain.
I don't know what to say about that other than the fact that $100 million is a lot of money to waste. They'll probably try and, edit it or, do some more with it.
No, they said nobody will ever see it.
Really? Who was cast as lead actress in that?
Leslie Jones. So a Latino Batgirl.
Oh. Interesting.
Maya Gamble is Batgirl. Dude, Matt H, bro, call in, man.
Yeah, Matt, I want to hear these comments live. We need some post-trial analysis. We need to know exactly what other people think of what's going to happen to Alex Jones, because it was bad before and now it's just a complete disaster. I mean, you can say goodbye to InfoWars for sure. He had a very, very narrow chance, I think, of saving InfoWars before he testified, and now it's evaporated. It's eviscerated.
Yeah, he's done.
Done. Cooked.
Daniel Kelly, yeah, fat girl, right? Yep. She's a fat girl.
Well, let me ask you this, Agent X. Have you ever seen a Yale-educated attorney go from, clerking on a federal appellate court to CPS in a matter of 2 years? I mean, that's about as low as you can go.
Bad.
That's
Only
bad.
I've
seen really terrible, sort of downfalls, but that's pretty bad.
Only ones that were really bad.
CPS is prosecutors are bottom of the barrel.
CPS. Well, here's the funny thing: is she, instead of just going to a big firm, right, where she could have just got in the pyramid scheme and kind of waited it out 3 or 4 years, and then went down to a shittier law firm and just stepped down the pyramid scheme, right? She got weeded out when she was a clerk on the 8th Circuit, so at least the federal courts are doing their job there. Yeah.
How do they weed them out?
Dude, those judges, man, they'll talk shit about you when you're clerking. They'll talk so much shit. They'll keep you from getting jobs. Yeah, she's fucked. Yeah, that judge did not think highly of her. That's why she ended up at a shitty firm for a couple years. What's his role, man? What's his role? Dude, nobody's calling in, man. Matt H was getting some cracks on you, man. He
Matt.
said you look like a matchstick.
Matt, I need to hear these comments live. Call in. If anybody wants to call in, we'll probably have a brief period here at the end of the trial. I'm really actually interested in what other people have to say about this. Because to me, and now as you're kind of reverberating and rebounding my comments, Agent X, I mean, I just think this is a complete and utter disaster in every single way. It's bad for Gamble. It's bad for Renault. It's bad for Alex Jones. It makes the parents look like fools. I mean, it's literally bad for everybody, but certainly really, really bad for Alex Jones.
Did Alex Jones really say that he has Asperger's too to the plaintiff?
Yeah, at the end, you get that comment in. Yeah, and he also, right after he got done testifying, he went in, I think it was his wife there. He's like, I need to go to the bathroom. And did you see him like swig water constantly? He's got some issue. You could tell he tried to turn that into an InfoWars episode. So you think Bankston let him go and not object? He didn't object because he wanted Alex Jones to basically crucify himself.
Yeah, I wanted him to hang himself. They just let him talk. They knew he couldn't control himself.
Well, if no one's going to call in, maybe we should just save the rest for whenever we stream again, our regular nightly Command HQ stream, which happens, medication for his dry mouth. Oh, Gamble gave him a cert or something, some throat lozenge. It was like for only
dude. Now
moment.
Craig Titus is fucking cracking on you, bro.
Craig, call in. Let's hear this live. Put that URL into your browser, bro.
Craig Titus is cracking on you, man.
Oh, this is an interesting question from Dan Kelly. Agent X, what do you think? If you can read that. Would an outside party buy InfoWars and then Alex become an employee?
Nobody's going to buy InfoWars because
he's going to bankrupt it before they can buy it.
Well, A, he's going to bankrupt it, but B, if they get a judgment against him, right, these plaintiffs will essentially own InfoWars.
I mean, even if they get the studio, they'll tear it down. But even if they want to keep it, it's going to get turned into one of these foundation studios for this woman to promote her safety initiatives.
Yeah.
For bullshit. I mean, that was the most ridiculous testimony I've ever heard. Like child safety initiatives, and it was like so outrageous.
Go to her
and
website,
she said,
bro.
I feel bad criticizing her because this is such a tragedy, but just the shit that came out of her mouth.
Go to her YouTube channel.
All right,
it's terrible.
What is the name of the YouTube channel?
What's that like? I don't know. What's the name of her organization? I forgot.
If anybody knows the name, chat us up and we'll search for it on YouTube.
Dude, Craig Titus said you got the Trump glow.
Well, it's kind of an interesting question. What is her name again? That woman, the parent who was testifying?
I don't know.
I don't even want to look it up. It's just so absurd.
It was choose something, right?
Choose Love?
Choose Love Foundation.
Yeah, Choose Love Foundation. Okay, there it is. She's got 5,000 subscribers. Is this it? The Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement? Yep. Okay, so she's got 5 views on this.
Here's the thing about screens and kids. Kids think that they're connecting, but they're not. They may be communicating, but they're not.
Oh, now she's talking about screens and iPads and social media and iPhones.
Hey, ask one of those likes to do something for you.
How is she, by the way, how is she an expert on child safety? She, not that she allowed this to happen, but, you know, certainly she comes from a situation that's not necessarily very safe for children.
Each of the victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting got
It's
a
nonstop
bench
Sandy Hook
within
nonsense.
Sandy Hook, and we got to pick where we wanted it.
Look at,
And
she looks
so
decent here.
our family loves Lake Zor, and so
She had 26
Jesse's
likes.
bench, which is right here.
Dude,
What?
Michelle Purse giving you some compliments.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so Michelle says that you think the judge will be, quote, nada within 12 months, and Alex will be 100 times more popular. Nada meaning her career being impacted because of her conduct on the bench here.
Dude, I mean,
It's possible.
People should be putting out re-election ads right now. If I was
Yeah, I
Alex
mean-
Jones, man, wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if Alex Jones started putting out re-election ads for her?
He should, that, you know, he should really use the tremendous widespread coverage that InfoWars produces to put out election videos about Maya Gamble. And other people should be doing the same thing. I mean, there should be rallies in Austin and Travis County, maybe even trying to impeach her within the legislature. But I mean, there's a valid basis now to impeach Maya Gamble, and you should collaterally attack and do a side channel attack
Matt
on
H
both.
was trying to call in. Dude, Matt H was trying to call in.
I
Go to
didn't see
the
the call-in.
link up in the top left corner. It's HTTPS.
Yeah, Matt H, love to hear from you. There's a link here. Maybe
It's not. He's clicking the link down in your description, bro. That's not the right link. The link says it's up in the upper left hand corner. It says call in. HTTPS://call my
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
/172C52D29. Matt H, hit that link and light him up. Yeah, I told you to put the link in the chat, bro. You didn't do it.
I just did now.
Dude, you're no blue and gold, dude. That's for sure.
I know. Dude, he's actually got a lot of skill running these streams. Matt H, I'm looking for the call-in.
Craig Titus needs to lose 7% body fat.
So, Agent X, what do you think about this woman's? What is her name? Like, she's Scarlett? She's not posting her name anywhere here.
I don't know.
She doesn't even post it there. What do you think of these videos, other than the fact that they're not getting any views?
Seems like a waste of time. She's trying to profit. Yeah. So, Law and Crime is not live streaming it. They're uploading video. I guess they're live streaming it, but they're probably waiting till the end of the day and just uploading the videos. They're probably doing a private live stream.
Yeah, they're really trying to edit this narrative to match their...
Dude, Matt H, call in, man. Michelle Purr can call in too if she wants.
We need to call in. Yeah, she's got a lot of videos with very few views here.
24 views. I mean, who would put out content like this and continuously have no views? I mean, as soon as we shut this stream down, they're probably going to say you have 2 views, but... Dude, what are you going to do if Maya Gamble sanctions you for restreaming her court stream? Yo. I don't know what Brock Lesnar's doing here. He took his earphones out.
Yeah, I'm still here. I can hear you. I can hear you. Well, if there's no calling, maybe we should shut this down, huh, Agent X?
I guess if you want, man. I was waiting on
Matt H to call in, or Michelle. Anybody can call in. Use that link. Really interested in hearing what you guys think of this whole show trial, the sham put on by Judge Maya Gamble. Anyone out there should definitely put out some election videos about Maya Gamble. I wonder if we can charge one at a time. How do you think you didn't see that Asian? Oh, the other issue was that they were showing the jurors' faces, Agent X, and I was like surprised because you never see that, particularly in these criminal trials. They put so much effort into ensuring that those identities aren't out in the public, and yet here they were like blatantly on cam. And I don't know, maybe this whole like consolidated live stream that Law and Crime is doing is to prevent all the bullshit, amateur video production done in this courtroom, because there's cameras all over, and I don't know how the Texas system is set up, but it does seem completely like high schoolish.
It's kind of weird that this case has gotten pretty much no publicity, even though being live streamed through Zoom and being put out there by Court TV, or not, Law and Crime.
I know, and it comes on the heels of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, and you would think that there would be a ton of interest in the case, and you really get kind of this cult following for Alex Jones, of course. That alone, you would consider that this trial would be very important. However, you're just not seeing that at all.
It's funny, right, that she's already made a determination that he's not bankrupt. She said, just because you're, just because you filed bankruptcy doesn't mean you're bankrupt. And isn't that a determination for the bankruptcy court? Or isn't that a determination that she needs to make during the net worth trial?
Well, see, this is where it gets a little murky too, because she said that she was going to break down deliberations into like a punitive phase and just a regular damages phase. I don't know.
Well, if they're arguing,
here's
the thing. Well, here's the thing. If they're arguing punitive damages, right, then he's got to be able to put on evidence of intent. Because punitive damages goes to whether or not you intentionally did something wrong, like whether it's outrageous, So he has to be able to talk about, he has to be able to introduce evidence about intent. Now that I think about it, because I thought she bifurcated that off, but she didn't. So the fact that she jumped in there and basically told Renault that he was walking the line by asking those questions is absurd.
Well,
I like that. She jumped in there and she goes, they're basically trying to say that Alex Jones has only a high school degree, high school diploma, and he's too dumb to know that what a thing to come out of the judge's mouth. That was ridiculous.
I didn't hear that. Well, I mean, they were kind of like developing, his educational background as a foundation component, which was, alone irrelevant.
Yeah,
but I didn't hear Gamble say that.
Yeah, at the end when they were arguing, right, he goes, I need to be able to. Renault said basically, I need to be able to talk about my a client's educational background and
yeah.
how it went to extent, how it went to his intent. And she said, "Oh, so now your defense is going to be your client was too stupid to know he was lying." Dude, where's
God.
Matt H, man? I'm waiting
Call
on
in,
him.
Matt H. Michael Higgins, feel free to call in. Michelle Parr, Erica, all you guys call in. Really interested in hearing what you guys think. So they groom these judges, though, right? These stooge judges,
They are
particularly
stupid.
the ones that with like you would think otherwise are very well educated and smart from
Who's she
Yale,
running
whatever.
against?
Texas bar is suing Sidney Powell. That's right. They're going to disbar Sidney Powell.
Wait, what now?
Volcano Jones said that the Texas State Bar Association is also currently suing Sidney Powell, one of Trump's election attorneys. Kraken attorney? Release the Kraken. Are you serious about that, Dan? A Cub Scout master? I mean, I don't think women can be in the Cub Scouts. But there's two claims here. There's a defamation claim and then there's the IIED claim. And if they're talking about standards relevant, this is a damages trial. They're not going to talk about legal standards. But you have that malicious standard, the New York Times standard for defamation, and you can't really, with respect to the punitive damages, you can't really say that he was intentionally being malicious by questioning the situation. That's also a hurdle for this court. What do you think they're going to do on appeal? You think they're going to just tear Gamble apart? They'll probably just affirm everything very quickly.
They'll just affirm, bro.
They'll issue like a 2-sentence decision. I don't know. The Texas appellate courts usually release traditional opinions that go through everything, but they might make an exception for Alex Jones and just issue a 2-sentence opinion.
Oh yeah, dude. They filed a disciplinary petition against Sidney Powell.
Yeah, she's a Kraken attorney. They got Giuliani, they got Eric Cardell in Wisconsin, and then they got Sidney Powell in Texas. But Eric Cardell had the most success in Wisconsin, which actually created this commission in the legislature that actually evaluated some of this funding going into the elections there and saw that they were rigging it and caught a little bit of this whole ballot scheme where they were dropping ballots. Sidney Powell went out on a limb and got fucked by Trump. Lynn Wood's another one. Yep. So Alex Jones will continue testifying tomorrow. He, I guess, will probably get into more of the monetary conditions of InfoWars and talk about, how much money he's made. They're probably going to try and they'll probably get it on cross-examination, how much revenue and therefore how much profit InfoWars has made, even though that's already, I think, in some of the discovery and depositions. They're going to really elicit a response from Alex Jones that if I was Bankston, you're suggesting pushing Maya Gamble if you're Renault. If you're Bankston or plaintiff's attorneys, you want to push Alex Jones, don't you?
Yep.
He's the one to really push because he's the one kind of who's passionate and fiery.
Yep.
And then they're already laying the foundation, too, for arguing punitive damages tomorrow. So they'll probably have a brief ready to be filed immediately.
Dude, we should shut it down. I got to go get my bicycle, bro. Matt H is going to call in.
Matt H isn't going to call in, so we'll shut it down. But please do subscribe to the channel, like the video. We do a Command HQ live stream nightly around 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, as I described previously. We might do it tonight. We might do it tomorrow. We'll see. Hopefully you guys tune in. Have a great rest of your day. Anything else, Agent X, before we go?
That's all.
All right. See ya. Take care. Thanks. Bye.